And welcome back to Whiteland Raceway Park for the first ever live stream along with verbal audio. My name is Caleb Smock. Joined alongside me, it's a little early in the morning, is Sean Burkle getting underway here with practice. Checkered flag just came out for Kid Kart Novice, brought to you by Rosini's Pizzeria, which means up next we're going to have Kid Karts, which is sponsored by Top Kart USA. If you'd like to tune in live, you can do that on YouTube. Just look Whiteland Raceway Park, race number 3, and I'm sure you can find it somewhere. Sean Burkle, race number 2 for you ever announce it. How you feeling?
I'm pretty excited. I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm excited. We should have some really good racing action here today. The weather is nice. It's not too hot, not too cold.
That is a lot of aviation terms, and I do agree. Right now, drivers are pulling off for your Kid Kart Novice, so once they make their way in the pits, we'll send out Kid Karts. Following is going to be Micro and Minis, sponsored by Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care. After that, we're going to send things underway with 4 Cycle Novice, brought to you by Business Art Design. Probably not a whole lot of commentary coming during practice. We're going to pick it up when it comes time for qualifying and the heat races, so stay tuned. Sean, any final announcements on your part?
Just a reminder to everyone here and everyone online, we are doing a qualifying race format today, which means that we have 5-minute practices that are going right now. Then we will have a 5-minute qualifying session followed by pre-finals.
Thank you for that. We will give you guys updates throughout the day, probably some updates on who's about to go on track, but the audio will pick up when we come time for qualifying in the pre-races.
By Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care is on track now for their practice session this morning. Four Cycle Novice, brought to you by Business Art Design, should be on the grid right now. 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. You guys should be heading towards the grid. You will be up after Four Cycle Novice. Again, Micro and Mini is on track now. Four Cycle Novice, you should be on grid. 206 Sportsman, you guys should be working your way towards the grid. You will be up next after Four Cycle Novice. Four Cycle Novice brought to you by Business Art Designs is taking to the track now. 206 Sportsman brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. You should be on the grid. You are out next. 206 Senior Group 1 brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. You guys should be working your way towards the grid for your first practice session of the morning. Again, 4 Cycle Novice is heading out on track now. 206 Sportsman, you should be on grid. 206 Senior Group 1, you guys should be heading towards the grid. 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting, is on track now for their first practice session of the morning. 206 Senior, Group 1 and 2, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. You guys should be on grid and ready to be on grid. Again, 206 Sportsman is on track now. 206 Senior, you guys are on grid and getting ready.
206 Senior, group number 1, brought to you in part by Ghost Racing Engines, need to be up on grid. 206 Senior, group number 2, you are going to be up on pre-grid. Following is going to be 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports. Again, here in 206 Senior, group number 1, by Ghost Racing Engines, be on grid. 206 Senior, group number 2, you need to be up on pre-grid. Following is going to be 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports.
Just a reminder to everybody, the track is very green and very slick, so please take it easy on the first few laps. This is practice. You're not racing anybody. Give yourself plenty of space and take it easy on the first few laps. Let your car come up to temperature. The track is still pretty cold. 206 Senior, Group 2, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. You should be on grid now. 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports. You guys are on pre-grid, and all Yamaha and KA classes, you guys should be getting ready and working your way towards the grid soon. Again, 206 Senior, Group 2, you guys are on grid now. 206 Junior, you should be heading your way towards the grid.
206 Senior Group number 2, you're about to go out on track, which means 206 Junior, sponsored by New Gen Motorsports, needs to be up on grid. Yamaha Junior Can, brought to you by O'Gara Irish Pub. Yamaha Junior, brought to you by All Warren Oil. KA Junior and KA Senior, both brought to you by MPG, Willpower Kart, and Carbon Safety Tech. You all are going to be up on pre-grid again. 206 Senior is about to go out, so 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports, needs to be up on grid. Yamaha Senior, Yamaha Junior, KA Senior, and KA Junior is going to be up on deck. Following that is going to be 206 Masters, brought to you by NKA. On track now is 206 Senior Group number 2, so 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports, up on grid. Yamaha Senior Junior, KA Senior Junior is going to be up on pre-grid, and the 206 Masters will be up on deck.
206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports, is heading out on track now, which means that all Yamaha and KA classes should be on grid. You guys will be next out. And that means that 206 Masters, you guys should be getting ready. Again, 206 Junior is heading on track now. All Yamaha and KA classes, you guys should be on grid. 206 Masters, you should be working your way up. 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports, is back out on track to finish their first practice session of the morning, which means all Yamaha and KA classes, brought to you by O'Gara Irish Pub, Al Warren Oil, and MPG Motorsports and Will Power Kart, will be going out on track next. You guys should be on grid and ready to go. And 206 Masters, brought to you by the National Karting Alliance. You guys are on pre-grid. You will be out after Yamaha and KA, and that will wrap up our practice session this morning. We will be rolling straight back into qualifying, starting with Kid Kart Novice.
Yamahas and KAs are now on track, which means if you're a 206 Master, brought to you by NKA, you're going to be up on grid. 206 Kid Kart Novice, you're going to be up on grid. After that, we're going to go to Kid Karts and be up on pre-grid. Once the Kid Kart Novice makes its way on track, we will start qualifying. Again, that is a 5 5-minute session. So please make sure everything is set up perfectly before you go out for your qualifying. We're going to roll through qualifying kind of quickly here, so we try to keep you updated verbally about when to be on track, but try to keep up with your own timesheet.
And again, if you want to see live timing schedules and all the information you'll need to know for the race day, make sure you scan the QR code on that stand at the bottom of the grid. Again, if you want to see live timing and any other information you'll need to know about race day, scan the QR code at the base of the grid, and that'll give you all the information you need to know. '206 Masters, brought to you by the National Karting Alliance, is heading out on track now, which means that Kid Kart Novice, brought to you by Brasini's Pizza, you guys will be going out for your qualifying session. We're going to roll straight from practice into qualifying. So as soon as 206 Masters hits the track, Kid Kart Novice, you guys should be on grid and ready to go for your qualifying session. Up next will be Kid Kart and Micro and Mini. Again, we're going to be rolling straight into qualifying. So as soon as 206 Masters is done, Kid Kart Novice will begin qualifying for today's race.
Kid Cart Novice brought to you by Prozini's Pizza needs to be up on grid. Kid Carts brought to you by Top Carts, going to be up on pre-grid. Micro and Mini Swift from Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care, you're going to be up on deck. Again, these are 5-minute qualifying time sessions. You need to make sure that you're on grid at the appropriate time before you go out for qualifying. We're going to read them off as they come at the same way, grid, pre-grid, on deck. But please do us a favor and keep up to date. If you want your own personal sheet with the rotation of today's afternoon's events, you can find that inside the lobby. Again, if you'd like your own rotation, you can find it inside the lobby.
Our first qualifying session of the day is underway. We have 4 Kid Kart novice drivers: Ezra Stout, Colton Johnson, Grace Geist, and Hunter McBride. Those are your 4 Kid Kart novice drivers taking to the track for their first qualifying session of the day. We're about halfway through our first qualifying session of the day, and it is Ezra Stout out front in Kid Kart Novice, followed by Colton Johnson, Grace Geist, and Hunter McBride. Ezra Stout did a 50.3, followed by Colton Johnson's 54.9.
If you are in Kit Kart, sponsored by Top Kart USA, you need to be up on grid. Kit Kart, sponsored by Top Kart USA, needs to be up on grid. Micro and Mini, brought to you apart by Indiana Memorial Cremations and Funeral Care. You're going to be up on pre-grid. Motorcycle Novice, sponsored by Business Art Design. You are going to be up on deck. Again, these are 5-minute sessions. They're going to go fairly quickly, so please make sure that you are up on time at the appropriate moment before going out on track.
Okay, but it looks like Colton Johnson's caught up a little bit of space to Ezra Stout. He's closed that gap down to just about a second to Ezra Stout. Ezra Stout's still your pole sitter.
That is a little bit of improvement. Also improvement by Grace Geist, who is now closed down to about a 58.0 after previously going in the 100s, although Grace Geist probably has a lot of mentoring from a good driver here of Matt Geist.
That's right. Matt Geist, for your last time Caleb and I were here for the first race, did a back-to-back win. He won in 206 Masters, jumped out of the cart, jumped back in for 206 Seniors, and won that as well. So he's one of the masters of the track here at Whiteland Raceway Park. He knows this probably better than the back of his hand.
It also doesn't hurt when your engine is made by yourself and you dyno in your own garage. And if you're interested, I believe that he is also the sponsor, he is, of the 206 Senior Group. If you'd like to check out anything with the Geist Engines, you can find it. It's a one-stop shop here at Whiteland Raceway Park. If you go all the way to the north side of the garage, located at the far left-hand side, you can talk to Matt Geist with Geist Engines, Ghost Engines, I should say. They can help you out all with your 206 needs.
Cape Card, brought to you by Top Kart USA, is now on track for their qualifying session today. We have Lincoln Wiley, Reagan Hodges, Audrey Luttrell, We're at the halfway point of qualifying here for kick karts, and it is Bo Schlenz on top with a 45.193, followed by Audrey Luttrell with a 47.5, and Alana Kalata with a 46.8 in P3. That is your top three at the halfway point of qualifying. Bo Schletz throws down another fast lap, and he comes across the line with a 41.642 to extend his lead on pole, followed by Audrey Luttrell with a 44.258, and Alana Kalata with a 44.353 in third. That's your top three here in kick kart so far for qualifying. The checkered flag flies for our kick kart class here for qualifying, and Bo Schlenz is on pole with a 41.642, followed by Alana Kalata, who jumped up in the last stages of this qualifying session to go 44.353, followed by Audrey Luttrell in P3 with a 44.258. P4 will be Miles Wilson, followed by Lincoln Wiley, Reagan Hodges, Kyler Hendrickson, Chase Call, and Jackson McNeely. Bo Schlenz, your pole sitter here for kick kart qualifying. Micro and Mini Swift, brought to you by Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care, is on track now for their qualifying session. Motorcycle Novice, you guys should be on grid. You are out next. And 206 Sportsman, you guys are on pre-grid. You should be working your way towards the grid. Coming to the checkered flag, and it is still Danny O'Gara, your pole sitter for Micro Swift, and Caleb Johnson, your pole sitter for Mini Swift. Kason Hendrickson, P2 in Micro, and Asher Ferris, P3 in Micro, followed by Charlie Myers, P2 in Mini, and Leland Anderson, P3 in Mini. And the checkered flag has flown for our micro and mini Swift drivers. It is Danny O'Gara, your pole sitter for micro Swift, and Caleb Johnson, your pole sitter for mini Swift. In micro Swift, it is Danny O'Gara, Asher Ferris, Kason Hendrickson, and Austin Taylor. For mini Swift, it is Caleb Johnson, followed by Charlie Myers and Leland Anderson. Up next, your 206 senior Group 1 for qualifying. Brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. Correction, 4-cycle novice brought to you by Business Art and Designs is out on track next for their qualifying, followed by 206 Sportsman brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting, and then 206 Seniors Group 1 and 2 for qualifying sessions. Again, 4-cycle novice is heading on track now for their qualifying session, followed by 206 Sportsman and 206 Senior. Our 4-cycle novice drivers have some fast laps under their belt, and it is Evan Stout in P1, followed by Sawyer Keene and Christopher Moore. Elam Stoner has jumped up to P3 with a 36.282. Evan Stout, still your leader out there with a 37.681. About a second ahead of P2, Sawyer Keene. Elam Stoner jumps up to P1 with a 35.468, followed by Evan Stout in P2 with a 36.455 and Sawyer Keene in P3 with a 36.559. Elam Stoner crosses the line, takes the checkered and the pole position with a 34.992, followed by Evan Stout in P2 with a 35.684, and Sawyer Keene in P3 with a 36.254. Cadence Peebles, P4. Colby Hogard at P5, and Christopher Moore rounding out the field in P6. That is your four-cycle novice class. Up next, 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. You guys should be on grid. You'll be next out for qualifying, followed by 206 Senior Groups 1 and 2, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. We have a little bit of a kart pickup here, and then we'll be rolling straight into 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. '06 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting, is on track now. We have a few around on cold tires coming out for qualifying. We're going to get this qualifying session underway. We have 11 drivers here at 206 Sportsman, one of our biggest classes of the day, the 206 program strong here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Got a few drivers sideways trying to get some heat in their tires, and we're getting ready to have qualifying underway here for 206 Sportsman.
So, Sean, while we're watching these kiddos out on track, I got a question for you. Now, you have some experience when it comes to L206 class. Personally, I have more experience in the shifter category, but I know that toe is a major factor. When you get into like a shorter bowling track here at Whiteland, granted it is fast, you only have about 2, maybe 3 major braking zones. How much of a toe does a factor play into running here?
This track's a little bit smaller, so it doesn't play as much of a toe, but it certainly still is a factor, especially with the high winds we have today. Driving into that headwind versus the tailwind actually might make quite a bit of difference here today because of these winds. But 206 is always about being smooth, being consistent, and making sure that when you make a move, you're going to make it stick. Because if you go for a move and it doesn't work, you're going to lose more than just one position. So it's important that you play it smooth, play it smart, and the draft will play a little bit of a role, especially with these heavy winds today.
Yeah, something I noticed when I've only done a couple races here in 206, but out of turn 1 and then all the way to the south side hairpin is when you're on the throttle the most here at Whiteland Raceway Park. And it seems like you can actually feel the toe going into turn 2. Do you anticipate when we get into more experienced categories like the senior classes that we're going to see more of people trying to go into effect with toe?
I think we are, for sure. I think a lot of people, especially here in this qualifying session, are going to try to play it smart, give themselves a gap to somebody who they know is equal pace or maybe a little bit faster than them, and they're going to try to use that toe to get the fastest lap possible, especially taking advantage of this wind and staying right in that toe, try to pick up a few extra tenths here around the lap for qualifying.
Now, it's kind of a high risk at the same time because if somebody, you got to trust the guy in front of you, right? Because you go into, let's say you go into the hairpin, they get on the brakes 10 feet early because they have some problem with the car, they get a little sideways come out of the corner, that's your lap gone. You only got 5 minutes here. Which, I mean, it seems like a long time, but when you think about it, they're only getting maybe 5 or 6 laps, and it's probably going to take 4 laps for the tires to get the same.
Exactly. Drafting's a risky game, especially in a short qualifying session, so you have to be confident that the driver in front of you is going to be as fast or faster than you are, so you can use that toe to go faster, because otherwise they're going to be in your way, and you might have another train of cards behind you, and you're not going to be able to get some free air. So it's a real tricky game, but if you play your cards right, it could really get you a good starting position for the pre-finals here today.
Well, high risk does come with high reward, and right now we were watching the times for our four-cycle knob at 206 Sportsman, I should say. On front right now is going to be A.J. Stoner, followed by Caleb Johnson, P number 2. Ryan Mort's going to round out the third spot with Kason Hendrickson now making his way up to the top 5, going to P number 4. And Charlie Myers rounding out the top 5. Sam Tutwiler making his appearance all the way. He's a regular at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Coming out here to Whiteland Raceway Park, finds himself P number 6. Thomas Anthony finds himself in the 7th position, followed by Danny O'Gara. Titus Roberts finds himself in P number 9 with Leland Anderson and Austin Taylor in 11th.
And Caleb, these drivers are actually running pretty close. Our whole top 6 is in within about a second. AJ Stoner on top, all the way down to P6, Kason Hendrickson. They're all only about, make that the top 7 now, or all within about a second of each other. So all these drivers, when you put them nose to tail for a pre-final, these drivers are going to have a good pack race here.
Yeah, the pack race is going to be interesting because when you think about the 206, it is a stock engine. You can't do anything to it. It's not like we're Yamaha where you can port it out a little bit, maybe polish up the imports or exports. It's a bone stock engine, so whatever you have to run. Now, what that does mean is everyone has the same equipment. So what you're seeing here is the only setup you can major do is you can do gearing, you can do chassis, but they're all close to each other. When it comes time to the pre-final, that's when the draft comes into play. You got to know how to work your way through traffic. Let's say you're looking at the times right now. Sam Tutwiler finds himself in the 5th spot. He is running a 34.49. Fastest time of AJ Stoner's a 34.7. So a couple of tenths difference, not a huge amount. You could find Tutwiler being able to work with Charlie Myers, who's one spot in front of him in 4th. They could ideally work their way all the way up to the front.
You can see AJ Stoner and Caleb Johnson both on their Evo cards, both on probably very, very similar setups. Those two are almost dead even. AJ Stoner with a 33.706, followed by Caleb Johnson with a 33.748. Those two drivers only about 0.05 of a second apart.
I'll tell you one thing that's also tricky here. Since it's a tighter track, it's a little bit smaller, it's a bull ring, it's an old school track, but there are only 3 major braking points here. Ideally, you could get away with 2. So you have to be perfect in those 2 corners, or else your entire lap is going to be ruined.
Exactly, and you can see a lot of the drivers may struggle or get a little bit loose on that inner hairpin, but all the way from the time you come through that tight inner hairpin, you are flat on the throttle all the way around until you get down to the south side hairpin. So if you get a little bit loose or you lose some time coming out of the inner hairpin, you're going to lose all of your momentum for the good majority of the lap until you get to the next braking point. So it is so essential to get that inner hairpin correct so we carry all of that speed back around to your next braking point, the south side hairpin.
Well, if you don't get it right, it's double whammy because the double left-hander is all uphill. So if you bog down your momentum coming out of it, then you're also struggling all the way up the hill. And then you got to go down the T-long straightaway. So I think toe's going to be a big factor. I definitely think with these, we're seeing larger amounts of drivers here with the 206 category, with the sportsman and the novice. I think it's going to be a very tight practice as the checker flag has now come out and Sean Burkle is going to go through the finishing order.
All right, we have a few more drivers coming to the line here, but your top 3 are all locked in. AJ Stoner is your pole sitter with a 33.559, going about a tenth faster than he did last time. Caleb Johnson also picks up the pace, but is still a few hundredths of a second behind in P2. Ryan Morton, his willpower card, is in P3. Charlie Myers in his willpower card as well is in P4. And Sam Tutwiler rounds out your top 5. Kason Hendrickson, P6, followed by Danny O'Gara, Thomas Anthony, Titus Roberts, Leland Anderson, and Austin Taylor. It looks like Austin Taylor did not get a lap. At least our timing system did not show him getting a lap. But AJ Stoner and Caleb Johnson, the Evo Kart teammates, P1 and 2, followed by Ryan Morton, Charlie Myers, in your qualifying session here for Breaks 206 Sportsman. Up next, the big guys, the big guns. One of our big feature shows for tonight, 206 Senior, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. They're getting ready to take the track for their qualifying session. 206 Junior, you will be on grid, followed by all the 2-cycle Yamaha and KA carts. You guys are on pre-grid. You should be working your way towards the grid. 206 Senior heading out on track now. 206 Junior, you should be on grid. And all Yamaha and KA classes, you are on pre-grid. Our 206 Senior first qualifying session brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines is on track now. This group is split into, I believe, two groups for qualifying here, and there are 25 drivers here in our 206 Senior class, and this is our first group going out for qualifying. You can see some of these drivers up front spacing out. You can see some different strategies. Some of the drivers are trying to give themselves a little bit more of a gap to get some clean air. You can see some of those drivers trying to get right up on the tail of the car in front of them, trying to get that draft that we were talking about earlier. We're going to see how some of these strategies play out. But again, after all these drivers set their times, there will still be a second group. So even if you're pole in this group, that might not be pole overall. So you do not know. You got to cross your fingers and hope that your time stands when the second group goes out. Caleb?
Yeah, you have a very good point about people doing different setups as we're watching out on track right now. Someone to keep an eye on, Grant Timms is currently finding himself right behind, I believe that is going to be Garrett Powell in car number 65, so he is in the tow currently. Right behind him, I believe that is Dylan Howerton. I get him and his brother mixed up. All three of those guys are currently in a tight tow, so we're going to get some good lap times. A returning veteran who has had a good year last year. That is the one and only of Adam Dietz in car number 66. Finds himself in track as well. He is currently running a P5. Adam is notorious for being quick, but sometimes he can't throw a good lap together for qualifying. However, if he doesn't have a good qualifying time, that means it's going to be an interesting final because he always works his way up to the front.
That's right, Caleb. It is always a good race watching Adam Dietz on track. And even when he has a bad qualifying session, you can always expect him to be up front battling for that win by the end of our feature races here. Right now, it is Caden Taylor on the point here as they have their first few flying laps. So coming across the line, Dylan Howerton jumps up to P1 with a 45.419, followed by Caden Taylor in P2 with a 35.428. Those two drivers only 1/100th of a second apart.
And all these times are provisional because we still have group number 2. And in that group, some more heavy hitters. Levi Wilbur is a returning veteran here, along with Carter Bowles, Evan McCorkadale, Eli Fox, Matthew Burpo, Brady Sapfield, who I thought was on track, may have pulled off. And then a couple of the juniors, it looks like, or Eli Warren finds himself running in the senior category. That'll be interesting to watch. Maxwell, Hastings, Jones, Geist. So there are a bunch of heavy hitters still yet to come. But right now, Troy Toney finds himself all the way up into P number 1. Dylan Howerton goes P2, and there's Adam Dietz, put himself back on top. Now Caden Taylor, he just recently ran the Purdue Grand Prix, finishing 4th, I believe, out of 33, finds himself in P number 1. So the order's going to keep changing up. We're going to keep you guys updated. When Group 2 goes out, I think it's going to mix up the field a little bit more.
And again, you'll be able to see some of those top drivers at the top of your screen for those watching on the live stream. For those here, you'll be able to see your live timing if you scan that QR code at the base of all of the live timing, and you'll be able to watch the live stream if you scan that QR code. Caden Taylor, your pole setter, ahead of Troy Toney and Adam Dietz here in 206 Senior Group 1 qualifying.
That is group number 1 complete with Troy Tony going to take the fastest time provisionally because we still have group 2 yet to come. Adam Dietz finds himself in P number 2, Caden Taylor P3. Dylan Howardson finds himself in the 4th position with Ryan Crabtree finding himself in P number 5. Garrett Powell finds himself in P number 6. Grant Timms in the 7th position. Braden Mayfield finds himself in P number 8. Peter Drummond finds himself in P number 9. Joshua Taylor is going to take the 10th position. And Chris Marchino, making his debut race here in 2:06, finds himself in the 11th position. If you guys would like any help when it comes to the English language, I do believe that Rocky Machine is up here giving one-on-one answers for your English essays. So if you still have exams yet to come, go see him up in the booth. Tell him Caleb Smock sent you to give you a discount. Group number 2 still yet to come here for 2:06. That is sponsored by Ghost Racing Engines. After that, we're going to go into 2:06 Junior, sponsored by New Gen Motorsports. Following, we're going to have all the Yamahas, Yamaha Senior, Yamaha Junior, KA Junior, KA Senior. Those are sponsored by O'Gara Irish Pub, All Warren Oil, MPG and Will Power Car, and then that is also going to be Carbon Safety Tech. And then after that, we're going to get into 2:06 Masters, sponsored by NKA. So 2:06 round 2 about to go out, followed by 2:06 Junior, and then all the Yamahas and KAs. Please make sure you're on grid at the appropriate time.
Now, okay, we have Group 2 going out now. There's a lot of heavy hitters and former race winners here. You have some of the fast guys like Evan McCorkindale, Matthew Burpo, Jared Howerton, Adam Maxwell, Derek Hastings, Matt Geist, and Chase Jones are all in this group. So expect to see those standing times get shuffled up because we have a lot of previous race winners.
I've been told, I believe Chase Jones was off in the grass somewhere. According to our pit correspondent, that is Kyle O'Gara. Still waiting to see where that is. Brady Satfield just not making his way across the line. But as you're saying, a lot of heavy hitters. One of the guys you need to look out for, that is going to be Matt Geist. Obviously has a lot of experience here. Went on a double win spree last race we had. Finds himself, well, currently making his way around the track. But I'd give about 3 or 4 laps of the tires come up before the time starts to shake up to the top 10.
Yeah, these karts do have a little bit of an advantage because we've had a lot of karts out here for practice and qualifying, so this is the warmest the track has been, so some of these drivers might have a little bit of an advantage with a little bit warmer track over the first group. But we got a lot of heavy hitters here. Previous race winners, Evan McCorkindale and Matt Geist in this group. We're going to watch to see them jump to the top as soon as their tires get up to temperature. Maxwell and Carter Bowles, your first 2 drivers in this group to jump up into that top mix from the first group. Adam Maxwell jumping up to P5, Carter Bowles in P6. Now keep in mind their tires are still warming up, so we're about to see some really fast lap times coming in here. But Adam Maxwell and Carter Bowles, the first 2 of this group to jump up into that top group from Group 1. And we have some more fast lap times jumping in as Evan McCorkindale jumps up to P2, Matt Geist to P3, Adam Maxwell to P4, Derek Hastings to P5. We have a good portion of this group running from 2nd to 6th. Still some fast lap times to come, but Troy Tony's lap time still holding strong up in P1, Evan McCorkindale P2, and Matt Geist in P3.
Yeah, so far from that first group, the ones that are holding strong as Adam Maxwell just goes pole position, fastest lap on track. Right now it is Troy Tony, the only car hanging on at the top 5.
Matt Geist jumps to the top. I'll give your voice a little bit of a break there, Caleb. Matt Geist, again, we're seeing some of these fast lap times coming in that we were talking about. Matt Geist, your previous race winner, all the way up to first place again in the second group here, followed by Levi Wilbur in P2 and Derek Hastings, Matt Geist's teammate, in P3, followed by Adam Maxwell in P4. Troy Tony's time still holding for P5. Matt Geist, your fastest driver on track with a 33.944, followed by the 33.953 of Levi Wilbur. These drivers all very close as they come across the line, take another fast lap. And Derek Hastings jumps back up to the top. Matt Geist is coming to the line. We'll see if he can jump back to the top again. And he does. Matt Geist back to P1 with a 33.719. I believe that's a 2/10 improvement over the previous lap. These drivers are flyers now, as teammates Matt Geist and Derek Hastings holding the top 2 spots here for 206 Senior. Brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines.
So as I was saying before the coffee went down the wrong tube, Troy Tony is the only one inside the top 10 currently from group number 1. He is currently finding himself in P9, right between Chase Jones in 8th and Carter Bowles inside the top 10. Right now, Geist and Hastings, 2. I think we all predicted we're going to be faster this afternoon, find himself 1 and 2. Levi Wilbur, as Chase Jones just goes to P3, so he's now inside the top 5. Eli Fox moves up inside the top 5. So Burpo got bumped down, McCorkle got bumped down, and the rest of the time still going to be shaken up. We have 1 minute and 25 seconds left, roughly, so I have a feeling that this time sheet is not going to be anywhere close to it.
And Caleb, you're absolutely right that this could be shuffled up because all of our top 15 is separated by 1 second. Drivers from P1 is Matt Geist all the way down to P15 of Dylan Howerton are all 1 second apart. Matt Geist takes another lap and he still stays P1, but Derek Hastings in P2 and F. McCorkindale jumps up to P3, followed by Chase Jones in P4 and Adam Maxwell in P5. Again, your top 15 drivers all separated by only 1 second. The checkered flag is out, and your top 5 drivers look like they are locked in. Matt Geist, your pole sitter, the 33.576. Chase Jones jumps up to that P2 spot with a 33.635, just under a tenth of a second behind Matt Geist, your pole sitter. Evan McCorkindale, P3. Levi Wilbur in P4, and Eli Fox in the 5th position. Derek Hastings in P6, Carter Bowles P7, Adam Maxwell, Matthew Burpo, and Tyler Kearns rounds out your top 10.
Now, the guys who weren't fast enough to make it to the top 10, the first one is going to be Brady Sappenfield, P11, followed by Troy Tony in P12. Adam Dietz finds himself in P13. Kate Taylor P14. Dylan Howerton finds himself in the 15th spot. Ryan Crabtree finds himself in P16 with Garrett Powell P17. Grant Timms P18. Braden Mayfield is going to find himself in 9th position. Peter Drummond rounds out the top 20. Joshua Taylor finds himself in 21st. 22nd goes to Chris Martino. And then Jared Howerton and BJ Shaw both did not turn a time this afternoon. But Shawnee boy, looking down at the times, we still have some heavy hitters outside the top 10. Adam Dietz, if he's in a tow, knows how to get it done. Caden Taylor had a whole bunch of seat time when it came to running the KT100 at the Purdue Grand Prix. Finds himself P14 as the time now switches over. Thank you, Rocky Paccioni. As we're about to get going on the next group here, which is going to be 206 Junior.
Hey, Caleb, we were talking about some heavy hitters in that second group. There were no drivers from the first group that remained in the top 10 by the end of the day. So your entire top 10 drivers are all from that second group. All those heavy hitters we were talking about, they went out there and they got the entire top 10 from that second group. As our 206 Juniors, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports, take to the track, Caleb.
Yeah, they're now on track, and what we were talking about before, I think some deals are going to be made when you go up and down the pit lane, figure out who you're starting by. You're going to need a pushing buddy. Like, pushback bumpers is not a thing here, which I think we're not going to get into that. But pushback bumpers is not a thing here, so you're allowed to push and bump draft. You're going to need to do it if you're in that mid-pack, because as you know, it is a beehive from about the 5th spot back in 206. You're so tight, everyone's nose to tail. But if you have a friend with you, if you have a friend in me, then you're able to get around them.
That's right, Caleb. And there's 2 really good overtaking zones on the braking zones, but don't count out turn 1 and 2 and turn 2 passes if you jump into that draft. So we could see some passes in probably about 4 places here around this track. And if you have a good drafting buddy, you have a good partner, you could get a lot of passes done here, but it is not easy to overtake. So those drivers starting up front have a little bit of an advantage here after a good qualifying session. But don't count out some of those drivers starting outside the top 10, because we've seen a number of those drivers make their way back to the top by the time we get to the feature events.
Now, as 206 Junior, sponsored by New Gen Motorsports, is finding their way out on track. Up next, we have Yamaha Junior Can, Yamaha Senior Can, KA Junior, KA Senior. After that, we go to the 206 Masters, sponsored by NKA. Following that, there'll be a 30-minute break before we get going with our pre-final. I've been told that the Lord's Chicken, that is Chick-fil-A, is joining us here this afternoon if you'd like some lunch. That is brought to you in part by Chick-fil-A and Corporation. So, after we get done with this, we'll have a 30-minute break. You can go to the concession stand. You can go to Chick-fil-A, the vendor here this afternoon, and then we're going with our pre-finals.
We are halfway through our 206 Juniors, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports, and it is Dane Van Dyke leading the way in P1 with a 35.529. Sorry, the 34.423, his fastest lap out there in P1, followed by AJ Lund in P2 and Eli Warren in P3. Eli Warren, a previous race winner here, as well as in Route 66. We have 1 minute remaining for our 206 Juniors, and Dane Van Dyke is still leading the way in P1, followed by AJ Lund, Eli Warren, Riley Baldwin, and Micah Garrett.
He finding himself at P number 6, with Vangan Beasley finding himself P number 7. Alex Jones finds himself in P8. Kyler Peebles in P number 9. Malcolm Hollowell finds himself in P10. P11 goes to Ethan Williams. P number 12 is going to be Lane Gibbs. P13 to Hudson Rogers. P14 is Maddox Hopper. And P15 is Eduardo. You're going to have to help me with that one. He told you, didn't tell me. Robles finds himself in P15. So that is your order right now for 206 Junior. Yamaha Junior, Senior, KA Junior, and Senior need to make your way up on grid. 206 Masters will find themselves up on pre-grid.
The checkered flag is out, and currently, unless they can improve on this final lap, Dane Van Dyke is still your pole sitter. Only 5 thousandths of a second ahead of Eli Warren in P2, but they're coming down for their final laps. We'll see if anything changes. Looks like here comes Eli Warren to the checkered flag. We'll see if he can jump over Dane Van Dyke. Those two drivers only 3 thousandths of a second. Looks like Eli Warren does. Eli Warren takes the checkered, but Dane Van Dyke still is coming to the line. Looks like he has a couple carts in front of him. He's not going to be able to improve. Eli Warren on the last lap takes the pole from Dane Van Dyke. AJ Lund jumps up to P3, Riley Baldwin in P4, and Micah Garrett in P5. Eli Warren improving by a full 1/10 of a second on that last lap after running almost an identical time to Dane Van Dyke on the lap before to give Eli Warren the pole. 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports. Up next, your two-cycle Yamaha and KA Juniors and Seniors, brought to you by O'Gara Irish Pub, Owl Warren Oil, MPG Motorsports, and Will Power Card, and Carbon Safety Tech. You guys should be on the grid. You are out next. Followed by 206 Masters, brought to you by the National Karting Alliance. And then we'll have a 30-minute break before we start our pre-finals. Your Yamaha and KA juniors and seniors getting ready to take the track. Eli Warren goes fastest with a 29.709, which, if I'm correct, Caleb, is a new track record here at Whiteland Raceway Park, as Eli Warren goes pole for, I believe, KA Junior.
I can't count that high, so I don't know if that's a good assumption to make. But I know that Bane Bennett currently sitting P2. This is just overall. Eli Cox is sitting P number 3 overall. P1 for the VLR senior. Charlie Steins is second for VLR junior. Rich Hale is second for the Yamaha senior. Dave Schnutler is currently P2. I believe that is also going to be for Yamaha. And then Hudson Rogers is going to be P3 for VLR senior. Joshua Nelson is going to be for Yamaha senior. Then Blake Finley is going to be P3 for Yamaha junior.
And since we're in the month of May, we'll give Eli Warren it's a new track record. Eli Warren, your new track record holder here at Whiteland Raceway Park, as he goes P1 for KA Junior.
Sean, I'm saying this because I love you and as your best friend, but I think you just need to stick to photographs. Next up on track is going to be 206 Masters, sponsored by NKA. And after that, we're going to go into the 30-minute lunch break before we come back to with our pre-finals with Kid Kart Novice. Sean, I want you to know I still love you, man.
Thank you for the vote of confidence there, Caleb. Up next is 206 Masters, brought to you by the National Karting Alliance, our final qualifying session of the day.
Lap number 1 in the books, and already a huge incident coming out of the Daytona quarter. That was kart number 77 of Mike Marina. Finds himself inside the barrier. Somehow didn't hit anything on either the front or rear end, and he is now making his way around the track. Lap number 2 just now in the books. Garrett Powell is going to be the fastest one. He currently ran a 37.6 with Ben Literal running in P number 2, Brian Williams P number 3, Matthew Burpo P4, and Derek Hastings rounding out the top 5.
And Ben Luttrell looks like he dropped down to P3 now. His daughter, I believe, is also running here in the kid kart class. So both father and daughter here taking to the track today to enjoy some racing action today. Is Garrett Powell still your pole sitter with a 36.266. But none of the drivers were able to improve on that last lap as we had the yellow out for the driver in the wall. So we're looking for this next lap to see some new flyers and maybe a little change up in the order. And all of the drivers now have some flying laps under their belt as we're about halfway through this qualifying session. Garrett Powell is still standing out in P1. with a 35.796, followed by Brian Williams in P2 with a 35.298, and Ben Luttrell in P3 with a 35.561. Matthew Burpo P4, and Derek Hastings rounding out your top 5.
Going down the rest of the order, Rich Hale, who's doing double duty running in both Yamaha and 206, finds himself P number 6. Ty Guernsey finds himself P number 7 with Michael Schaffer in P number 8. Melvin Godsey, the flying mechanic, finds himself in 9th position. And Mike Moran finds himself in P10 after that intense crash coming out of the Daytona Bank corner.
As those drivers are coming across the line, Caleb, Brian Williams jumped from P2 up to P1. He made quite an improvement and goes 0.4 of a second ahead of Garrett Powell in P2. Brian Williams, your new pole sitter. Brian Williams still sitting P1 in his Swift cart. Those are hand-built by your 4Cycle Tech. Those carts built by your 4Cycle Tech, Mark Cirk. So up in P1, Brian Williams on his Swift cart, followed by Garrett Powell in P2 in his Arrow, and Ben Luttrell in P3 with a Cosmic cart. Melvin Godsey currently sitting in P9. We're keeping an eye on him as he jumps into the draft of Matthew Burpo, who's currently sitting P5. We're going to see if he can use that rules of drafting to see if he can maybe get a little bit of faster lap time. Melvin Godsey, a race winner here, and usually finishing up towards the front, currently sitting in P9. We're going to see if he can get a draft from Matthew Burpo, maybe throw in a fast lap as the checkered flag comes out for Derek Hastings.
He's also getting a little bit of help right behind him as someone else with a lot of experience. The current pole sitter, Brian Williams, has to make the way across the line to see if there's any big movement. Williams currently up in front. Godsey was shaking his head across the line. He does not improve. So these results are now final as of now until they go through tech. Brian Williams currently pole sitter with Garrett Powell in P2. Ben Luttrell finds himself in P number 3 with Derek Hastings in P number 4. Matthew Burpo rounding out the top 5 with Rich Hale in P6. Ty Guernsey finds himself in P number 7 with Michael Schaffer finding himself in P number 8. Melvin Godsey in P number 9. And Mike Moran finding himself in the 10th position.
Looks like our timing changed the order a little bit there, Caleb. We were wondering why Derek Hastings was all the way down in P4. Looking closer at the timing here, it looks like he is the pole sitter with a 33.948. So it'd be Derek Hastings P1 with Brian Williams in P2 and Garrett Powell in P3. All right, we got it updated now. So your unofficial qualifying results for 206 Masters brought to you by the National Karting Alliance is Derek Hastings in P1 with a 33.948. Followed by Matthew Burpo in P2 with a 34.1, and Rich Hale in P3 with a 34.358. And Ty Guernsey, P4, and Melvin Godsey running out your top 5. Caleb, you'll run through the rest of the order.
Yeah, 6th position is now going to be Brian Williams with Michael Schaffer up into P7. Ben Luttrell finds himself in P number 8 with Garrett Powell in 9th position. Mike Moran rounds out the top 10. For those of you viewing back at home and for those of you who are seeing the pit lane, we are going to go into a 30-minute timed break. When we come back, we'll get going with the Kid Kart Novice. Again, we're going to go into a 30-minute time break, so we're going to step out of the booth, take a little bit of a breather, catch up on some details. We're going to get back underway here with Kid Kart Novice. Thank you.
And for those of you at home, if you're enjoying the live stream, you can thank Stuart Lohigo for running the live stream here. He's running all of the cameras and live broadcasts. So everything you see live online is thanks to Stuart. We can't thank him enough. He's doing a fantastic job up here to bring us this live stream here today. We're going to take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back for your pre-finals. Attention in the pits. We will be starting our pre-finals at noon. So we got about 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes before we start our pre-finals. Kid Kart Novice, you guys will be up first, followed by Kid Kart and Micro and Mini Swift. Again, we will be starting pre-finals at noon, so we have about 10 to 12 minutes before we start pre-finals. So Kid Kart Novice, you guys should be starting to work your way towards the grid here soon, followed by Kid Kart and Micro and Mini Swift. Attention in the pits. We will be starting our pre-finals with Kit Kart Novice, brought to you by Brosini Pizzeria at noon. In about 5 minutes, we will be getting pre-finals underway, so Kit Kart Novice, make sure that you're on the grid and ready to go. Kit Karts, brought to you by Top Car USA. You guys will be up next, followed by Micro and Mini, brought to you by the Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care. Again, Kit Kart Novice, brought to you by Brosini's Pizza. You guys should be sitting on the grid, ready to go out for your final. We're going to get going for pre-finals here in about 5 minutes at noon. Welcome back to those of you tuning in live. We are getting ready to go racing here for our pre-finals with Kit Kart Novice, brought to you by Brosini's Pizza. They're gridding up on the grid for their standing start here, and we're getting ready to go for Kit Kart Novice to kick off our pre-finals here for Whiteland race number 3. As our Kid Kart novice, brought to you by Rosini Pizza, gets ready to take to the track. They're on grid, getting ready to go for their standing start. Your pole sitter, Ezra Stout. Your outside pole, Colton Johnson, followed by Grace Geist, Hunter McBride, and Jackson McNeely. The parents are starting to head back towards the pits, and we're getting ready to go for a standing start here. For Kid Kart Novice, brought to you by Brosini's Pizza, with Ezra Stout leading the way on pole position. Head flagman says visors down, and we're getting ready to go green here. Flag in the air, and we are green. Ezra Stout, your pole sitter, taking the lead, but it looks like Jackson McNeely gets a good start on the outside. And the top card of Grace Geist got a really good start off the line. It looks like she's up to P2 already off the line. Grace Geist with a fantastic start, going all the way from P5 all the way up to P1. This is your Kid Kart Novice class. Ezra Stout leading the way into the switchback. And we're coming to complete lap number 1, and Ezra Stout is still your leader. Looks like, actually, correction, that is Colton Johnson, it looks like, out front in his Evo car, leading the way, Kid Kart Novice. Colton Johnson got a little bit loose on the inside hairpin, which allowed the second place of Grace Geist, it looks like, to catch back up to him. It looks like they're getting a little bit more of a gap as they go into turn 1. We have the number 5, looks like, correction, that is Grace Geist. The number 5, Grace Geist, had a little bit of a spin on the first lap, and so just Colton Johnson's coming up with Jackson McNeely, it looks like, in P2 right behind him. Colton Johnson and his Evo kart starting to pull out a little bit of a lead as we come to the final few laps here. Coming to 2 to go. Colton Johnson leading the way over Hunter McBride. Coming to the white flag, and it is still Colton Johnson leading the way over Hunter McBride. Ezra Stout looked to make a little bit of a move on Hunter McBride on the inner hairpin. Looks like he got a little bit spun around. Still holding on to that P3 position. Colton Johnson, your leader here on the final lap, going through the switchback. Coming through the final corner to take the checkered flag, Colton Johnson, your winner here in Kid Kart Novice. Brought to you by Brosini's Pizza. Falling through in P2, Hunter McBride. P3, coming through the final corner, Hunter McBride. It's the checkered flag for all drivers in Kid Kart Novice, brought to you by Brosini's Pizza. Colton Johnson, your winner. Up next, Kid Kart, brought to you by Top Kart USA, followed by Micro and Mini Swift, brought to you by Indiana Memorial Cremation Services, and Four Cycle Novice, brought to you by Business Art Designs. Kid Kart, you guys should be on grid, ready to go out. Micro or Mini Swift, you are on pre-grid, and Four Cycle Novice, you are on deck. You should be heading your way towards the grid. Kid Kart, brought to you by Top Kart USA, getting ready to take the track for their pre-final event. Our kick cards brought to you by Top Kart USA, getting ready to take the track, getting ready for their standing start here for their pre-final event. Your pole sitter, Lincoln Wiley. Your outside pole sitter, Reagan Hodges, followed by Bo Schlenz, Audrey Luttrell, Alana Collada, Miles Wilson, Chase Call, Tyler Hendrickson, and Hunter McBride. This is again kick cards brought to you by Top Kart USA, and a good portion of these carts here on the grid are Top Kart USA kick carts. The parents heading back off the grid. Looks like we might have a little bit of an issue, so we might have a slight delay before we get going here. Up next, your kick carts, brought to you by Top Kart USA. Micro and Mini Swift, brought to you by Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care. You guys should be on grid. You will be out next. Motorcycle Novice, brought to you by Business Art Designs. You guys are on pre-grid. You should start working your way towards the grid. Kick Kart, brought to you by Top Kart USA. Getting ready to go. Morris has the flag in the air, and it is green, green, green. Lincoln Wiley leads the way into turn one for your kick kart. Lincoln Wiley, your pole sitter, comes across the line, still P1 over Bo Schlenz in P2 and Audrey Luttrell in P3. Top Kart USA teammates Lincoln Wiley and Bo Schlenz leading the way P1 and P2, and they're starting to pull away from the rest of the field. As your third place driver, Audrey Luttrell, comes out of the south side hairpin. Your two leaders, Lincoln Wiley and Bo Schlenz, nose to tail coming to the line. As they approach traffic, it looks like Bo Schlenz got around Lincoln Wiley for the lead as they come through traffic. He goes on the high side of the bank and he clears the traffic. And that is now Bo Schlenz, your new leader, going down to the south side hairpin. Lincoln Wiley had some good pace, but it looks like Bo Schlenz was a little bit more confident there, going past the lap traffic. And as we come to the white flag, it is Bo Schlenz, your new leader, over Lincoln Wiley. Looks like Boschlenz got let loose, and he's pulling out quite a lead out here in P1 on the final lap. Boschlenz comes to the final for the final time through the Southside hairpin. Boschlenz, your leader, pulling out quite a bit of a gap over your pole sitter, Lincoln Wiley, who is still behind the lap traffic coming out of the bank going into the Southside hairpin. He still sits P2, but Boschlenz coming to the final corner. He will be your pre-final winner for Kid Kart, brought to you by Top Kart USA. And it looks like coming on the final lap, going through the inner hairpin, Alana Colada makes it up to P2. Your pole sitter looks like he got caught up in a little bit of that action there in the group behind him, and he drops all the way down to, it looks like, P4. So that's Boschlenz, your winner. Alana Colada in P2 on the final lap. And Audrey Luttrell also getting through with Alana for P3. Lincoln Wiley P4, Reagan Hodges P5, with Miles Wilson, Chase Call rounding out your field. Kyler Hendrickson and Hunter McBride were not able to take the greens. We have 7 drivers crossing the line. Boschlenz the first, your pre-final winner here for Kid Kart, brought to you by Top Kart USA. Up next, Micro and Mini Swift, brought to you by the Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care. Followed by 4-Cycle Novice, brought to you by Business Art and Designs. Micro and Mini, you should be on the grid. You're about to go out. 4-Cycle Novice, you are on grid. You will be out after Micro and Mini. And 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. You are on pre-grid. You should be heading towards the grid. Up next are Micro and Mini Swift drivers, brought to you by Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care.
Micro and Mini now making their way out of the final couple of corners across the line. They're already 3 wide across. And it was green down into turn 1, side by side down into turn number 2. Looks like it is Caleb Johnson trying to get the inside of Danny O'Gara. Looks like he is going to get around as he is now up on a point. Charlie Myers, actually, that is, got a little bit of loose coming into the south side hairpin. He's going to lose one more spot. They're all getting themselves single file. Again, these are 2 classes into 1. 2 for 1 here coming around for the first lap. Coming across the line, and it looks like it is going to be Caleb Johnson leading the way across the line.
Danny O'Gara, your leader for Microswift, right on the tail of Charlie Myers, who is in Mini Swift. So you're going to see Micro and Mini Swift here running right together. Your leader for Mini Swift is still Caleb Johnson. Your leader for Microswift, Danny O'Gara, on the back of the mini field. We're at the halfway mark, and Caleb Johnson still your leader in Mini Swift, and Danny O'Gara on the back of Charlie Myers, still your leader in Micro Swift.
Caleb Johnson still out in front, making his way through the inside hairpin, now up through the double left-handers. What we are watching right now is the battle for actually no position on track. It is Danny O'Gara trying to run down the back marker for the Mini Swift of Charlie Myers, who is P3 for Mini Swift, right on his tail. And the WPK cart in the bright orange helmet is Danny O'Gara making the way over into turn two. This is what we like to call a very straightforward race. Everyone gets themselves spread out. They turn their own laps. They just try to make the car all the way through so they get to the feature. As we are now approaching, it is going to be 2 laps to go this time by.
These Micro Mini Swifts are very similar carts. They're the same size frame, and they are the same motor. The Micro Swifts are just for a little bit younger age group, and they have a little bit more of a restriction in them, versus the Mini Swifts is for slightly older with a little bit less restriction in them. So these cars are very, very similar, same engines, just slightly different age groups and restrictions, which is why these drivers can run together so well. Flag. Caleb Johnson still your leader in Mini Swift, and Danny O'Gara coming through the final corner still your leader for Micro Swift. Right on the tail still of Charlie Myers. Coming to the checkered, Caleb Johnson, your winner for Mini Swift for the pre-final. Danny O'Gara coming through the final corner. It looks like he will be your winner for Micro Swift here in the pre-final. That is your pre-final for Micro Mini Swift, brought to you by Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care Done. Caleb Johnson, your winner for Mini Swift. Danny O'Gara, your winner for Micro Swift. Up next, 4-Cycle Novice, brought to you by Business Art Designs. They will be heading out onto the grid for their standing start. 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. You guys are on the grid. You should be ready to go after 4-Cycle Novice. 206 Senior, Group 1. You guys are on the pre-grid. Getting you ready to go pre-final racing here. 4-Cycle Novice, brought to you by Business Art and Designs.
We are now lined up for our four-cycle novice, getting lined up for a standing start. Oh, it looks like a possible jump there from Elam Stoners that make their way down into turn number one. Elam Stoner out on point. Rest of the field is going to follow nose to tail. And just like that, we are now spread out, single file heading down into turn two. Looks like there's going to be no late early passes. Oh, a little bit of loose there. I think that was Evan Stout. Got a little sideways on the exit of turn two, going through the crossover, making the way down into the south side hairpin. Everyone now single file.
First lap, Elam Stoner, your leader here for four-cycle novice, followed by Sawyer Keene, who got a good start, jumped up into P2. Cadence Peebles in P3, Evan Stout P4. Colby Hogard in P5, and Christopher Moore rounding out the field in P6. Elam Stoner, your leader, coming through the final quarter for the second lap. Looks like there's a little bit of a battle on the track between Evan Stout and Cadence Peebles, and Evan Stout manages to take P3 from Cadence Peebles, but he's not done. He's still going to stay right on his tail. We have nose to tail, Sawyer Keene P2, Evan Stout P3, Cadence Peebles P4. Keep an eye on them. Those three are nose to tail. Your leader, still Elam Stoner, pulling out a little bit more of a lead as he comes up on some lap traffic here to take lap number 3. 2 to go for your leader, Elam Stoner. Looks like we had some contact down the south side hairpin, which means that Cadence Peebles is now going to jump up into the P2 spot. Sawyer Keene and Evan Stout behind. Looks like there might have been a little bit of contact to the south side hairpin. Can't quite tell from where we're sitting, but either way, Cadence Peebles gets to jump up into P2 as they come onto the final lap. Elam Stoner still your leader, coming down to the south side hairpin off the bank. Looks like he's going to be your winner here in pre-final.
A great run here from Elam Stoner, leading from the start into turn one, able to pull away from the field. Opened up. I'm looking on here, a large gap, roughly 2-ish seconds is how much they made up as make their way across the line. Checkered flag is out for your race winner of Elam Stoner, pre-final that is. And he's going to start on pole position for the feature. The rest of the field still making the way around. We'll have the final results when they come across. Again, that was 4-cycle novice, brought to you by Business Art Design. So we need 2-cycle sportsmen, sponsored by Speedway Indoor Karting. Following that is going to be 206 Senior Group number 1, sponsored by Ghost Racing Engines. After that, we'll go into Group number 2. And that's going to be 206 Junior, sponsored by New Gen Motorsports. So we need 206 Sportsman about to go out. 206 Senior Group number 1 is going to be up on grid. 206 Senior Group number 2 is going to be up on pre-grid. And 206 Junior will be up on deck.
And that is your 4-cycle novice by Business Art and Designs complete here for their pre-final. Elam Stoner, your winner, followed by Cadence Peebles and Sawyer Keene. P4, Evan Stout, followed by Christopher Moore and Colby Hogard, who will be coming across the line shortly. Looks like he had a little bit of a spin going into the final corner. And that is your 4-cycle novice, brought to you by Business Art Designs done. Up next, 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. You guys should be on grid and ready to go. Your 206 sportsman class, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting, is on track for their warm-up lap, coming to get the green for their pre-final. Your pole sitter, AJ Stoner, outside pole, Caleb Johnson, followed by Ryan Morton, Charlie Myers, your front two rows. Coming through the south side hairpin, getting all gridded up, ready to take the green for their pre-final here in 206 sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. Caleb, would you like to take the green?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you, Sean. They're making their way into the south side hairpin currently. Again, that is the front row for your 206 sportsmen of AJ Stoner and Caleb Johnson leading the way, making their way out of the inside hairpin. They're all bunched up 2 by 2. 11 drivers are about to attempt to take the green here this afternoon, making their way through the final couple of corners. Again, told to slow down before they come down to it. Eyes on the starter. Green flag is out, rolling into turn number 1, and that is going to be a clean start for the 420. And that is going to be AJ Stoner and the 420 able to pull away. Caleb Johnson has fallen back into the third spot. They now get themselves single-filed, still side-by-side in the mid-pack, over through the crossover now to Daytona Corner, and they are all single-file. Let's keep an eye on the south side hairpin. No one is going to make a pass, and they're still single-file coming out in lap number 1.
You can see Elam Stoner making a look on the double rights there. Can't quite get it done. Oh, and he gets it done. Going down into the inner hairpin. AJ Stoner had a really bad start there. He dropped all the way back to P3, and his teammate, meanwhile, Caleb Johnson out there in P1. Coming across the line. Sorry, AJ Stoner. I have it backwards. AJ Stoner, your leader. Caleb Johnson falling back a little bit on the start, but now he's up to P2 with a great move down the inside on the inner hairpin. AJ Stoner, your leader, followed by Caleb Johnson, and then the 2 Will Power Carts of Ryan Mort and Charlie Myers.
We're approaching 5 laps to go this time by. Still out in front is AJ Stoner for Caleb Johnson, making their way through the final couple of corners. There's a close tango. That is Ryan Morton and Charlie Myers running in the 3rd and 4th position, coming across the line, are going nose to tail as well. And there's another pack just down the road that I think Sean Burgle's been keeping an eye on with Danny O'Gara, Casey Hendrickson, and Thomas Anthony.
Yeah, Danny O'Gara looking on the inside of Casey Hendrickson. These 2 drivers have been racing together since kid karts, so they know how they race. They know that they can make their moves, and they make their moves. And Danny O'Gara is right up on the back of Casey Hendrickson, waiting for his opportunity to make a move. Sam Tutwiler on the tail of Charlie Myers, looking for a move on the inside of turn 2. Can't quite get it done. He tucked back in behind. He looks like he can't quite make up that gap ahead, so he's going to be smart, make sure that he makes this pass on Charlie Myers' stick right on his tail for the battle for 4th position between Sam Tutwiler and Charlie Myers. Your leader, still AJ Stoner over Caleb Johnson and Ryan Mort.
Still watching the battle between Sam Tutwiler and Charlie Myers. Myers is able to hold off Tutwiler for how much longer? White flag is out this time by, brought to you by sponsor that is yet to be named. So if you'd like to get interested in that, you can find that out from our marketing department. But right now, we're going to continue to watch this battle here for our 206 Sportsman, which class is sponsored by Speedway Indoor Karting. Andy, please don't fire me. Making the way over to Daytona Corner, coming up on the final time. Again, the closest battle on track is Charlie Myers and Sam Tutwiler. Coming out of the inside hairpin, it looks like it's going to go side by side. Here comes Tutwiler trying to go to the outside line. Look for a crossover coming to the inside hairpin. Looks like it is going to be Myers holding off for just a little bit longer, and I think that's going to seal the deal. Although Tutwiler does have a run coming up the hill, not enough to get it done. It is going to be Charlie Myers holding on to fourth, Tutwiler finishing in fifth, and your winner, A.J. Stoner, followed by Caleb Johnson and Ryan Moore in the third position.
That is 206 Sportsman brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting, done for their pre-final. Up next, 206 Senior brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. Group 1, you guys are on grid, getting ready to go out next. 206 Senior Group 2, you guys should be on the grid. You will be out next. 206 Junior brought to you by New Gen Motorsports. You guys are on pre-grid, and all the Yamaha and KA classes, you guys should be getting ready. You are on deck. Again, 206 Senior, Group 1, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. Taking to the track next. We have a lot of heavy hitters here in Group 1 and in Group 2, so get ready for some good racing action here in 206 Senior. Taking to the track for their warm-up lap. It is Group 1 for Briggs L206 Senior, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. On the pole is Matt Geist. Outside pole, Evan McCorkindale. Followed by Eli Fox, Carter Bowles, Matthew Burpo, Brady Sabenfield, Adam Dietz, Dylan Howerton, Garrett Powell, Braden Mayfield, Joshua Taylor, and Jared Howerton, who did not set a time in qualifying. He's going to start on the tail of this pre-final. Hope to make up as many positions as he can so he can get a good starting position for the final. Matt Geist, your pole sitter, coming here to the green for your pre-final for Group number 1 for 206 Senior, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines.
Group number 1 of 206 Senior now making the way up the hill. Matt Geist leading the way. He has been unstoppable. Let's see if the outside row, that is of McCorkindale, can make a difference down at turn number 1. They're side by side. McCorkindale is going to run the outside line. Looks like Bulls is going to try to follow, as he is now going to try to work himself up into P number 3. I believe that is going to be Eli Fox or Matthew Burpo getting shuffled back a couple of positions. Brady Sabenfield getting all sorts of help from Dylan Howerton. Howerton going to look to the inside, south side hairpin. No, that was the battle for the 6th position. Making the way on the south side hairpin. They're all nose to tail. You know 206, it's only going to get crazier from here.
Evan McCorkindale with a fantastic start on the outside. Got the jump on Matt Geist, who has now dropped back to P3. Behind it looks like Eli in the 2nd position. So that puts Evan McCorkindale P1, Eli Fox P2, and Matt Geist, your pole sitter, dropping back to P3. But he's not done yet. He is all over the back of Eli Fox. He's not going to let this race go. McCorkindale trying to get a little bit of a gap to see if he can run away from those two pushing behind him. But those two behind him, Eli Fox and Matt Geist, those two know how to work together. They've been racing together for a few years here at Whiteland Raceway Park. So they're going to work together and try to close that gap to Evan McCorkindale and leave that battle to the end of this heat. Watch out for Matt Geist in P3, pushing on the back of Eli Fox. Carter Bowles, again, with a fantastic start, up into P4 on the back of that group. He's going to add into that train. Brady Sabenfield, with a good start as well, is in P4. Off to you, Caleb.
Making the way down the backstretch. Here comes Geist on the inside of Fox. He's going to lick the stamp, send it. But now they're still going to be side by side. Fox goes off track. Carter Bowles takes the outside line through the Daytona corner, moves himself up into P3, although Eli Fox is going to have his hands full. Here comes that second pack on his back bumper being led by Brady Sabenfield. He looks like he is holding off Matthew Burpo, and I believe Adam Dietz is also up into that mix. So now 1, 2, 3 goes as follows. McCorkindale is still your leader. Geist up to P2. Bowles is now into 3rd. Fox falls back to 4th. Brady Sabenfield rounds out the top 5, but he is now in the tow of Eli Fox heading into turn number 2 as they're going to make their way single file out of the crossover.
That was not the move that we were looking for Eli Fox there. We were talking about how easy it is to lose momentum. You saw him just cut through that grass there battling with Matt Geist, and he lost a lot of momentum and dropped all the way from P2 down to P4 into the clutches with Brady Sappenfield behind him in P5, which allowed McCorkindale to run away, and Matt Geist is now running on his own, trying to run down Evan McCorkindale with a battle behind him of Carter Bowles in P3, Eli Fox in P4, and Brady Sappenfield P5, with Matthew Burpo trying to run down that group, see if he can get into that battle for a podium position here in the pre-final. Again, there are 2 heats here for 206 Senior, so this is not going to be your grid for the final. This is going to be your inside row for the final. Your outside row will be in Group 2. So if you finish 3rd, that means you'll be starting 6th position.
Leaders now making their way out of the south side hairpin, now coming into the inner hairpin. Matt Geist, who always sets his cards up to run better in the last half of the race, is closing up to Evan McCorkindale, your leader. And now we have a 3-car battle for 3rd. Across the line, Fox is now back into P number 3. Bowles falls back to P4. And here comes your 5th placeman. Brady Sappenfield sees a 2-car tango out in front. He wants in on the action. To the inside to defend goes Eli Fox. Bowles gets a little bit lower coming out of turn 2 through the crossover. He's got to run out of the Daytona corner. Let's see if he's going to set him up. He's not. He's going to stay in line. Continues to close the gap. Now Brady Sapfield's going to go on the charge. He closes up. He is now on the back bumper of Carter Bowles. Let's see if those two are going to work together. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead continues to heat up because now closing in within less than a car length is Matt Geist on the back bumper of McCorkindale coming out of turn 1. Geist had to look to the outside line. He's now going to look low, tries the crossover move, and it looks like he is going to take the spot away. Now McCorkindale falls back to P2. Battle for 3rd now is where we're going to be watching between Fox, Bowles, and Sappenfield.
We see those 2 battles happening out on track, and it's going to be a battle between McCorkindale and Geist for the lead as long as those 2 play it smart. They won't be able to bring any of those other drivers into this battle, so it's those 2, 1v1. Matt Geist on the last lap was 2/10 faster than McCorkindale running through the draft, and he is starting to pull a little away from Evan McCorkindale, but he is not going to let go of this fight yet as they come through the final lap. Matt Geist, your leader. We still have a battle behind Eli Fox, Carter Bowles, and Brady Sappenfield. Look like Brady Sappenfield got a little loose on the exit of turn 1, and he lost a little bit of that draft, so unless he can catch back up to him on this final lap, it's going to be a battle for P3 between Eli Fox and Carter Bowles. Eli Fox goes to the inside to defend. Carter Bowles cannot quite get through. He's going to stay right on his tail coming out. Brady Sappenfield has a fantastic run through the south side hairpin, and he jumps right back up onto the back, goes down the inside of Carter Bowles, can't quite get it done, and they're going to stay single file coming to the line. Matt Geist, your winner for 206 Senior, Heat 1. Evan McCorkindale, P2, and Eli Fox, P3. That'll be your first 3 rows on the inside for your future event here for race number 3 at Whiteland Raceway Park. Two for 206 Senior, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines, is on track now. Your pole sitter, Chase Jones in his Will Power Cart. Outside pole, Levi Wilbur in the MGM chassis. Derek Hastings and Adam Maxwell, both on Eagle carts, make the second row, followed by Tyler Kierans, Troy Tony, Caden Taylor, Ryan Crabtree, Grant Timms, Peter Drummond, Chris Marchino, and BJ Shaw. Chase Jones, another veteran here at Whiteland Raceway Park. He knows how to do an opening lap as they come through the final corner. He's about a car length ahead coming to the green, and Adam Boris says, no, that is not equal at all. Chase Jones about a car length ahead before they took the green. They're going to go back around one more time. Hopefully this time they'll be lined up, and we'll get a green flag here. Group number 2. Two corners to take the green again. We're going to see if we're going to be equal this time. Your flagman, Adam Boros, watching them, see if they're equal. Coming to the green, looks like we're a lot more even this time, and Chase Jones runs him down into turn 1, but Levi Wilbur gets a fantastic run on the outside and takes the lead. Chase Jones is now in the clutches of Derek Hastings and Adam Maxwell as they go 3 wide into turn 2. Adam Maxwell comes out on top in P2. Chase Jones repulsed it down into P3. Looks like he got a little bit loose there on the start, and he lost a lot of time. While up front, we have Levi Wilbur and Adam Maxwell, P1 and P2 with a fantastic start. Chase Jones now in the clutches of some of the drivers behind him. Derek Hastings directly behind him. Levi Wilbur still your leader, defending a little bit from Adam Maxwell early, which is allowing Chase Jones' tires to come in to try to run them back down. Keep your eye on Chase Jones and Derek Hastings. They're probably going to work together and try to run down that lead group. Caleb?
Down into turn 1, you can see everyone sawing at the wheel as they are losing some grip. Now onto the back bumper. That is going to be Maxwell starting to push Wilbur. Going down into turn number 2, Chase Jones was able to sell the cart back down. See, it's now going to try to go on the offensive and run down both Maxwell and Wilbur. Derek Hastings shot up on the inside to make it 3 wide into turn 2 of Jones. Is also starting to close back up, and right behind him is Tyler Kearns, who is closing in ever so slightly. He is in the tow, trying to make his way up through the field. Going down the rest of the order, we got Troy Toney, Caden Taylor, Grant Timms, Peter Drummond, and Ryan Captree is your top 10. Over into turn 2, everyone's going to bunch up and try to go 2 by 2. It's like a tango partner. Going to have someone to run with if you're trying to get into the draft. But right now, we're going to see if Chase Jones can't catch back up to both Maxwell and Wilbers and make their way out of the south side hairpin.
Chase Jones must have been running those tire pressures a little bit low because he was all loose on the first lap, but that cart has come in and it is fast. As Adam Maxwell makes a dive down the inside of the inner hairpin on Levi Wilbur, which allows Chase Jones to come right back up onto the tail of that lead group. Adam Maxwell, your new leader, followed by Levi Wilbur, and Chase Jones right on his tail. Those 3 starting to break away and battling for the lead. All 3 nose to tail, pushing each other down into turn 2, trying to run away from Derek Hastings and running away in P4. Those 3 nose to tail. We're going to see these 3 drivers have raced before. And we see Levi Wilbur going down the inside. These 3 drivers all know how they race. They know how to be smart, but they're making some moves, and they're making moves early. Chase Jones down the inside of Adam Maxwell. Levi Wilbur now your new leader. Chase Jones up to P2, Adam Maxwell, your leader on the previous lap, now down to P3. This battling is allowing Derek Hastings and some of the following drivers to catch back up to them. Every time that these guys go for a move, every time they defend, it allows them to fall a little bit farther into the clutches of the drivers behind. They're starting to pull away again. Chase Jones pushing Levi Wilbur. He says, we can run away from these guys. Let's make it a 2-cart battle. Adam Maxwell does not want it to be a 2-cart battle. He wants it to be a 3-way battle. And he's on the back side of them. Chase Jones thinks he's got the speed. He goes down the inside in the south side hairpin. He's now in the lead. Levi Wilbur and Adam Maxwell again, side by side. Chase Jones, your new leader, followed by Levi Wilbur and Adam Maxwell. Those 3, again, nose to tail. But every time they make a move, that pack behind them and Derek Hastings gets ever so closer. Chase Jones, your new leader.
The battle for second only continues to heat up, and that is not what they're looking for. If they continue to go side by side and race each other out, they're going to allow Chase Jones to pull away. Levi Wilbur is caught up to the toe. He is on the back bumper of Jones, making the way through the Daytona corner. Coming up on the south side hairpin, looking on the outside. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Levi Wilbur got a little bit of contact, went wide. That allowed Maxwell to shoot the inside gap. And again, battle for second. You can already see the gap. Chase Jones is starting to pull away by about a half a car length. That's going to come down a little bit as the toe comes into factor. Adam Maxwell had all sorts of toe as he makes their way down across the line with 2 laps to go. Into turn number 1. Down by about a car length of a half is now Adam Maxwell and Chase Jones. Wilbur was able to recoup and is now going to be running in P number 3. Hastings is right there, but I don't think he's close enough to make a move as the top 3 continue to go back and forth. And the advantage goes to Chase Jones, holding on to a car length and a half lead over Adam Maxwell running in P2.
Maxwell looks like he's falling a little bit off the back of Chase Jones. Levi Wilbur has found some more speed. He is all over the back of Adam Maxwell as we come through the final sector. Coming out of the final lap, but those two, again, through the inside hairpin, seem to have a little bit on Chase Jones. They run him through on the exit, but coming into turn one, Chase Jones pulls out a little bit of a lead again. We're going through the final lap. Chase Jones with about a 1.5 car length lead. Defends to the inside to Levi Wilbur and Adam Maxwell working behind him, trying to catch him on this final lap, see if they can make a move in the south side hairpin. Those two are nose to tail. Look for Levi Wilbur to make a move on Adam Maxwell. Adam Maxwell defends down the inside. Levi Wilbur has to slot in behind. They are still back on the tail of Chase Jones, who also defended through the south side hairpin. I'm not sure if they'll be able to make a move. Adam Maxwell, look, Chase Jones defense. They get all up. They get all crossed up. Levi Wilbur looks on the outside of Adam Maxwell coming to the final three corners. Is he going to make it? He comes on the outside, and Maxwell drops down to third. And Levi Wilbur on the outside of the final two corners is your P2 driver, and Chase Jones out front. Chase Jones gets ahead of the little bit of action behind him to win, and he will be your outside pole sitter for the feature event here. Levi Wilbur P2. Derek Hastings is going to be in P4 with Adam Maxwell in P3.
That was the group number 2 for 206 Senior, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines. Top 10 goes as follows. Chase Jones was taking the win next to Levi Wilbur. Adam Maxwell finishes in P3 with Derek Hastings in P4. Tyler Kearns finishes in P5 next to Troy Toney. P number 7 is going to go to Caden Taylor. BJ Shaw is going to round out the 8th spot next to Grant Timms at P number 9. Ryan Crabtree finishes at P10 next to Chris Machino. And Peter Drummond finishes in the 12th position. Up next is going to be the Yamaha Junior Cannon with the Yamaha Junior and KA Junior and Senior. That is brought to you in part by O'Gara Irish Pub, All Worn Oil, MPG and Willpower Cart, and Carbon Safety Tech. After the Yamahas and the KAs finish up, we're going to go to the 206 Master, which is sponsored by NKA. But right now, all eyes are on track as we still have the 206 Junior, sponsored by New Gen Motorsports, about to take the track.
"15 drivers here in 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports, taking to the track for their pre-final. Eli Warren, your pole sitter, outside pole, Dane Van Dyke, followed by AJ Lund, Riley Baldwin, Micah Garrett, Boyle Delaney, Vaughn Beasley, Alex Jones, Kyler Peebles, Malcolm Hollowell, Ethan Williams, Lane Gibbs, Hudson Rogers, Maddox Hopper, and Eduardo Robles. They're coming through the inner hairpin, all slow and even. Some of the drivers getting their tires warmed up, weaving back and forth a little bit there, trying to get some heat in the tires so they can get a good start. Looks like we have one driver that has stalled there on the opening lap. Not sure what happened there, but we're going to send him around again to see if he can get restarted and catch on to the back of the field. One more time around before we get our green here for 206 Junior. Looks like that was Lane Gibbs that had a little bit of an incident there, stalling on the warm-up lap. He's going to have to go all the way back around. Looks like we're going to go one more time around to allow him to catch the back of the field. Hopefully next time by we'll be able to go green. These drivers will all have nice warm tires, so look for them to be pushing early in this pre-final. Eli Warren, your pole sitter. Looks like Lane Gibbs has got up to the back of the field, and we're getting ready to take green. Your head flagman Adam Boros gets ready. He's going to watch him come to the line, see if we're going to get an even start and go green this time by. Eli Warren and Dane Van Dyke, your front row. Eli Warren gets a good jump off the line. Dane Van Dyke has a fantastic run on the outside. He squeezes down Eli Warren, and he's going to take the lead. Dane Van Dyke, your new leader over Eli Warren.
Everyone making their way, single file coming out of turn number 2. Oh, a little bit of contact going into turn 2. Rest of the field is going to pull away. That is a driver beached on the entry of 2 as he is now climbing out of the cart. That is so unfortunate to see. He is going to have to start in the back of the feature. Meanwhile, your top 3 making their way down to the inside hairpin. Leading the way, that is going to be Dane Van Dyke. And also up in the mix is Eli Warren. Has a great season so far, coming off all sorts of momentum from Route 66 Cup carts. And that cart in turn 2 may cause some problems. He just pushed out. This is going to bunch the leaders up. This is not what we like to see from lap traffic. Leaders are now closing in, and this is not a good situation as they are now all going to bunch back up. Top 3 now lows the tail. Look for P number 4 of Riley Baldwin to make it back up to the top 3.
You're absolutely right, Caleb. Riley Baldwin made perfect advantage of that situation. He's now in that top group running in the P4 spot. He is all over the back of AJ London P3. As Dane Van Dyke still manages to maintain that lead over Eli Warren, but Eli Warren now right on his bumper going through turn 1. And we see 2 groups emerging, P1 and 2 with Dane Van Dyke and Eli Warren, and P3 and 4 with AJ London and Riley Baldwin, as those 2 groups look to break away from the group behind them of Micah Garrett and Vaughn Beasley. We see 3 groups for 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and 5th and 6th, breaking away from the rest of the field. Dane Van Dyke still your leader, Caleb.
Eli Warren all over the back bumper of your leader of Dane Van Dyke into the inside hairpin. He continues to push him back and forth. He's trying to use him as a snowplow, clearing the air to make it a little bit quicker as he makes his way across the start-finish line. P number 3, though, A.J. Ludd is under threat of losing the toe and falling into the grips of Riley Baldwin and P number 4. Down into turn number 2. On the back bumpers, Eli Warren. It's a red cart with the green helmet, making the way through Daytona Corner. He's got a little bit of a run, but he's not close enough to make a move. He is going to have to stay and follow. Out of the south side hairpin. It's about to be a 3-cart tango if Warren is not able to get around, because here comes Ludd. Down by about 2 car lengths now, the top 2 leaders. Baldwin gets a little bit sideways, not enough to make up any gap. As they come down the line, it is cross flags halfway this time by, Sean.
That's right. Dane Van Dyke still managing a lead over Eli Warren. Eli Warren all over the back of him. I think he could maybe make a pass, but he wants to be smart. He wants to make sure that he keeps them away. So when he goes for that move, he's not under threat from A.J. Lund if he can't quite get it done. Eli Warren pushing Dane Van Dyke out on the lead, trying to run away from A.J. Lund up in the front. Down in P4, we have Riley Baldwin and Micah Garrett, followed by Vaughn Beasley. Those 3 are now starting to get involved in a little battle as our top 3 break away. Dane Van Dyke still your leader over Eli Warren and A.J. Lund.
A.J. Ludd has put his head down and tried to close back up to the top 2, making the way out of turn number 1. He is close, but not close enough. And here comes Eli Warren. He sends it down the inside. They're side by side through the crossover. Eli Warren is your new leader, but here comes A.J. Ludd. Due to Dane Van Dyke losing a little bit of momentum, A.J. Ludd is now closing in, and we're about to see a 3-cart battle. We are now approaching 2 laps to go at the line. Top 3 nose to tail. This is where it gets interesting. 206 racing and a short track in Indiana. Doesn't get any more grassroots than this. 2 to go at the line, and it is Eli Warren out in front.
Dane Van Dyke is not ready to let go of that P1 as he is all over the back of Eli Warren. Looks like he's going to push. He might make a move to the south side hairpin. He might stay right there trying to push away from A.J. Lund and make a move on the final lap since this is 2 to go. They're coming up to the final lap. And it looks like Dane Van Dyke's going to hold off and stay right behind Eli Warren and try to run away. But A.J. Lund is not ready to let go of that top group. He is all over the back of Dane Van Dyke, who got a little bit loose in the south side hairpin. Lost the back of Eli Warren, but those 2 are going to try to push back up and battle Eli Warren for the lead as we come onto the final lap. Don't count out A.J. Lund. He is on the back of that top 3 group. Your leader, still Eli Warren, over Dane Van Dyke and A.J. Lund.
Eli Warren takes a peek back to see if he's got any competition. Van Dyke is close, but is he close enough? Coming out of the crossover. Goes to the back bumper of Warren. That may have stumbled his momentum. Warren goes to defend. Ludd tries the outside, decides the weight. Coming out of the south side hairpin, A.J. Ludd running in P3. He is also up in the mix, trying to see if he can't pick off one more spot. Ludd tries to sit up on the inside, takes it away. A.J. Ludd up to P2. But let's see if Van Dyke's got anything for him. He does not. It is going to be Eli Warren coming across the line to start in pole position. P number 2 is going to go to A.J. Ludd, and the 3rd placement goes to Dane Van Dyke. Riley Baldwin finishes at P number 4, and rounding out the top 5 is Vaughn Beasley. Finishing in P number 6 is going to be Micah Garrett. P7, Coyle Delaney. P number 8 goes to Alex Jones. P number 9 goes to Kyler Peebles, and the top 10 position goes to Ethan Williams.
And that is your 206 Junior, brought to you by New Gen Motorsports, done with their pre-final. Up next, the Yamaha Junior and Yamaha Senior with KA Junior and KA Senior. Those classes brought to you by O'Gara's Irish Pub, Al Warren Oil, MPG Motorsports and Will Power Kart, and Carbon Safety Technologies. Those drivers getting ready to take to the track for their pre-final. Followed by 206 Masters, brought to you by National Karting Alliance. And then we're going to run through our invocation and national anthem, and then we will roll right into our main events here for Whiteland Raceway Park, race number 3. Up next, Yamaha and KA Junior and Senior. Your Yamaha and KA Juniors and Seniors coming to take the green. Eli Warren, one of your drivers in the KA Junior field, jumped straight out from his win in the 206 Junior program to jump right into his KA Junior as they come to the line through the final corner. Your Yamaha and KA drivers taking the green with a very good start is Charlie Steins to the point in turn 1.
Cox coming up in a P number 2 as they make their way over into corner number 2. And I have a feeling this group's going to get broken up a little bit because there are 4 different classes running at once. But right now, it's the 2 juniors out in front of both Bane Bennett and Eli Cox, nose to tail. And then right behind, I believe, is going to be Charlie Steins along with Eli Warren running in the 4th position overall. Lap number 1 is in the books, and our timesheets are going to update.
Now, we call it KA Senior, but there's actually an option between the KA and the VLR engines. Currently, your leader, Charlie Steins, is on the VLR 100, while the other three behind him are running the KA engine package. Charlie Steins with a good jump off the lead, but Elliot Cox is right on his bumper going through the south side hairpin. We're going to watch to see this turn into a little bit of a battle between these 2 drivers.
Charlie Steins making his way out of the inside hairpin, and not a whole lot has happened as it's still nose to tail Steins, Cox, and then coming across in 3rd and 4th overall is going to be Hale, followed by Warren making the way down into turn number 2. They're starting to get a little spread out, so I have a feeling the commentary is not going to be as popular as there's going to be a little bit less to talk about.
Well, we've got a little bit of a break here. We'll run for those of you online and those of you here. There's a little bit of a difference between the KA and the VLR. The KA engine package is a little bit more expensive than the VLR, but it runs a little bit farther away from its maximum. So the KA engine typically is a little bit more reliable and has been faster at a lot of tracks, but it is more expensive. The VLR is a little bit more of the budget option, but if you run it right, it is just as fast as the KA engine package, as Charlie Steins is proving out here, in the lead above Elliot Cox. But these 2 engines running neck and neck. Both built to be competitors. The KA, the little bit more expensive, usually a little bit more reliable engine over the VLR, which is the cheaper option, but those 2 running nose to tail. Charlie Stein's still your leader over Elliot Cox. And P3 now, Eli Warren makes his way around. Your leader's running a little bit of traffic, and Eli Warren manages to get past Elliott Cox. Coming onto the final lap, Charlie Stein's your leader over Eli Warren and Elliott Cox. Those three drivers hoping to close up in the final lap, but it looks like Charlie Steins is still going to hold it over Eli Warren. But Eli Warren is on a charge, fresh off of his pre-final win in 206 Junior. He is all over the back of Charlie Steins, but this is the final lap. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough time to get it done. Charlie Steins still leading coming into the final few corners. Eli Warren hot on his tail. Elliott Cox in P3. And Charlie Steins holds on to it coming to the final corner, and he will be your winner over Eli Warren and Elliott Cox. Up next for your final pre-final of the day is 206 Masters, brought to you by the National Karting Alliance, getting ready to take to the track. Then we'll have a short break with the invocation and national anthem, and then we'll roll straight into our main events here. For Whiteland Raceway Park, race number 3, 206 Masters, brought to you by National Karting Alliance. On track next. Coming to the green, we're going to go around one more time. Driver's not quite lined up. We're going to roll one more time for 206 Masters. Jeff Gerline, your hard-working man, made it here as soon as he was finished with his work commitments. He missed qualifying in practice, but he's jumping in for this pre-final, starting on the tail of 206 Masters. Watch for him to make his way through the group. He is a 206 Masters winner here from last year at Whiteland Raceway Park. So watch him to go from P11 up to hopefully in the front group. Derek Hastings, your pole sitter. Matthew Burpo on the outside, followed by Rich Hale, Ty Guernsey, Melvin Godsey, Brian Williams, Michael Schaefer, Ben Luttrell, Garrett Powell, Mike Marion, and then Jeff Gerline rounding out the field. For 206 Masters, they come through the final few corners to hopefully take the green this time. Your flagman Adam Boros gets ready as they come through the final corner.
Slow down 2 by 2 down to the line. Here comes Geist and Burpo. Green flag is out, making the way into turn number 1. Let's see if there's any action. Side by side, still for the lead. Looks like Geist is ever so slightly going to take it away. Burpo now going to fall back through the field. He drops the wheel. He's down. Geist is into the back of him. Now he's going to have to go to the mid-pack, and here comes Jeff Gerline trying to rip it from dead last to first as he has made his way up a couple positions. He's going to pick one more off. He is up 4 spots. Now trying to go for 5 on the inside of Ghazi. Not enough to get it done. He is right behind Melvin, shaking his head in frustration as he is going to be under attack. One of the most experienced drivers of Masters, Jeff Gerline, trying to go from the back to the front.
Meanwhile, up front, it is Derek Hastings leading the way over Rich Hale, who was right on his tail coming across the line. In P3, Ty Guernsey starting to reel in those front two. Matthew Burpo, after having a poor start, has found some speed in his kart, and he's running back up to that front group. Looking on the inside through the south side hairpin of Brian Williams, it looks like Matthew Burpo is going to make another move. He's back up to P4. Started P2, had a little bit of a problem, dropped back to P6 or 7 there on start. He's up to P4, and he is running fast lap times. But keep your eye on Jeff Gerline, working his way through the field, still on the back of Melvin Ghazi.
One more lap in the books, and it is 6 to go. 5 to go next time by as they make their way down to turn number 2. They are still spaced out. 1, 2, 3 of equal spacing of Hastings, Hale, and Guernsey. Rest of the field is going to be Burpo. Williams running out the top 5. Gosley holding on to the outside position of P number 6. Jeff Gerline in P7. Top 4 now, all equal spacing. And then it's a beehive. They are all bunched up. It looks like it's going to be Gerline loses 1 spot to Ben Luttrell as he is going to work his way on the outside. Thought about it. He is going to have to sustain and hold where he's at in P8. Right now, closest carts are going to be battling it out for the 5th position. Melvin Ghazi was up 1 more spot to bump Williams back into P6.
Yeah, Ghazi with a fantastic start, but it looks like maybe the cart's starting to get a little bit tight. He's dropping some time, but it looks like he's back on the backside of Brian Williams, so maybe he's going to start making his way back up, but he did lose some positions. He looks down the inside through the south side hairpin. He is side by side with Brian Williams, can't quite get it done, has to slot back in behind him. It looks like he's not going to have much more time to make his way through, but he goes down the inside of Brian Williams. Late makes it deep. Can he make it stick? Looks like he'll be able to make it stick through the final 2 corners. Lost a little bit of speed, and we have Brian Williams pushing on the back of Jeff Gerline as he works his way towards the front. Meanwhile, up front, we have a 3-cart breakaway led by Derek Hastings, followed by Rich Hale and Ty Guernsey. Those 3 drivers tightening up, and Matthew Burpo trying to get on the back of that train after a poor start. He's running back down that top group. It looks like him from the south side hairpin. He's going to be right back on the tail of Ty Guernsey. Meanwhile, up front, Derek Hastings started running away a little bit. Caleb?
I was talking to Matthew Burpo during the lunch break. He said his back end was a little too gripped up and it was costing him in turn 1. Right now, I think it is loosened up and working for him as he has now clawed his way back up into the 5th spot. 4th spot, I should say. They are now going to get bunched up 1 and 2. Rich Hale on the back bumper of Hastings is not making his life easy. And right now, Matthew Burpo trying to work with Ty Guernsey, making the way through Daytona Corner. Top 4 broke away from the rest of the field. Melvin Ghazi finds himself in an island of his own right now in P number 5. Top 4 bunched up, nose to tail. Coming down to the hairpin, they're going to go one more time. This time by, it's going to be 2 laps to go. Right now, it is Derek Hastings in command, Rich Hale in P2, and then the 2 of Guernsey and Burpo trying to see if they can't make their way into the top 2 as they make their way out of turn number 1.
Melvin Ghazi starting to break away from that group behind him, running on his own in P5 out there. It looks like we got a little bit of speed loss from Jeff Gerline. He had a fantastic start, making his way up 4 or 5 positions within the first lap or 2. Looks like he's kind of evened out. Maybe he went a little bit too high on his tire pressures, couldn't quite get it done. Meanwhile, Matthew Burpo goes down the inside through the double rights to take P3 away from, and it looks like we have
Guernsey got sideways. Guernsey may have bumped into the side of Burpo and kicked the back end out, and he is now going to find his way all the way down the field with 1 more lap to go, Sean.
From P3 all the way down to the back of the field. That was a really unfortunate move for Ty Guernsey. Tried to hold it on the inside, hooked that inside of the curb, and he is now all the way down in last place from P3. He's going to have some work to do in the feature event here. Meanwhile, Matthew Burpo is now in P3 after that move, and they're starting to run back up, coming to the white flag. Going to take the checker this time, and it looks like we have Derek Hastings still leading over Rich Hale and Matthew Burpo. Rich Hale looking all over the back of Derek Hastings, but I don't think he'll be able to get it done. They're going to go side by side to the line. Derek Hastings, your winner, just barely over Rich Hale, who made a little bit of a photo finish, followed by P3 of Matthew Burpo, P4 Melvin Ghazi, followed by Jeff Gerline, Brian Williams, Ben Luttrell, Garrett Powell, Michael Schaefer, Mike Marion, and unfortunately Ty Guernsey after battling for the lead all the way down in P11. Watch for him to be making some moves here in our feature events. We're going to have a short break here, and then we're going to move into our invocation and our national anthem, and then we'll get feature events underway here in a few moments. We're going to give a few minutes here for our track workers to come in, get some water, take a quick break, use the restroom, and then we'll be back in action with our national anthem and our invocation. Getting ready for main events here for Whiteland Raceway Park, race number 3.
All right, about to get things going here shortly. We're going to start things off with our invocation done by one of our very own Carter Bulls, and after that, I'd ask everyone to please stay standing, remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem afterwards. Right now, the invocation by Carter Bulls.
All right, let's pray. Dear God, thank you for this day. Thank you for this beautiful weather that we can come out here and run at this great track. I pray for the safety of drivers and everybody helping. I pray that everybody have a great time and have fun together, and that we continue to have a great rest of the day. In your name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Of all Kit Kart Novice, make their way to the track, please.
We are about to have our feature events underway, starting with Kid Kart Novice, brought to you by Brozini's Pizza. Your pole sitter, Colton Johnson. Outside, Hunter McBride, followed by Ezra Stout, Grace Geist, and Jackson McNeely. That is your Kid Kart Novice field getting ready to take the green for their standing start for the first feature event of the day. Parents are working their way back towards the pits. Adam Boris gives all the drivers the visor down, and it is green flag. And your pole sitter gets a not so great start there. It looks like Hunter McBride's going to take the lead off the line going into turn number one. But it looks like your pole sitter, Colton Johnson, got a good run after a little bit of a poor start. He's back in the lead going down into turn two. Your leader, Colton Johnson. Bride trying to run down your leader, Colton Johnson. He made up a few kart lengths here in the second half of this lap, but your leader still, Colton Johnson, in his Evo kart. Out there, your pole sitter in P1, followed by Hunter McBride, Ezra Stout, Grace Geist, and Jackson McNeely. Your Kid Kart Novice field for the feature event this afternoon. That looks like your leader, Colton Johnson, went off at the south side hairpin. Your new leader, Hunter McBride. Colton Johnson trying to get back on track there. He was your leader. Looks like he went off somewhere in the south side hairpin, now sitting in the final corner. Trying to get back going again, but that was your pole sitter and leader, Colton Johnson. Now down to just about last place, down to fourth place. Your new leader, Hunter McBride, who was holding right behind him. As soon as he went off, he took advantage and is now in the lead. Your leader, Hunter McBride, at about the halfway point of your Kid Kart Novice final. Looks like we have a few off in the double rights coming into the inner hairpin. There's one in the grass and one in the middle of the track that's trying to get restarted. Your leader still Hunter McBride, out in first place. Coming to the checkered, your winner, Hunter McBride. Your winner for Kit Kart Novice, brought to you by Brosini's Pizzeria. P2, Ezra Stout. P3, Colt Johnson. Jackson Neely, and Grace Geist. Unfortunately, she is out here. You can see her sitting in the grass under the flag, out in a safe area. Unfortunately, she's out. She is still learning here at Kit Kart Novice, doing a fantastic job. The daughter of Matt Geist, your winner for both Masters and Seniors this year, your current pole sitter for 206 Senior. She's doing a great job learning this year. Your winner, Hunter McBride, in Kit Kart Novice, brought to you by Prozini's Pizzeria. Up next, Kit Kart, brought to you by Top Kart USA, followed by Micro and Mini Swift, brought to you by Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care. Kit Kart, you should be on grid, get ready to go out. Micro and Mini, you are on pre-grid. Four Cycle Novice, you guys are on deck. You should be starting working your way towards the grid. Okay, Kit Kart, you are out next. And we have a winner for the 10x10 canopy in the lobby, Mike Audie. Mike Audie, you have won the 10x10 canopy in the lobby. Thank you, everyone, for your support and buying tickets. This has been fantastic. Thank you to everybody. Mike Audie, you are the winner of a brand new 10x10 canopy. You can go pick it up in the main lobby. Again, that is Mike Audie. You are the winner for the 10x10 canopy in the main lobby. Up next, Kit Kart Novice, brought to you by Top Kart USA. And we are green for Kit Karts. Lincoln Wiley gets a good start off the line, and he's going to lead through turn number one. This is Kit Karts, brought to you by Top Kart USA. Your leader, Lincoln Wiley, over Bo Schlenz and Audrey Luttrell. Coming to complete the first lap, and it looks like it will be Lincoln Wiley leading the way in your kit car class, followed by Bo Schlenz, Audrey Luttrell. One of our closest battles on track is between Audrey Luttrell and Reagan Hodges. Reagan Hodges goes a little bit high on the bank, closes up down through the south side hairpin on Audrey Luttrell. Looks like Audrey's going to hold it coming out of the south side hairpin. Reagan all over her tail trying to battle for that P3 position. Reagan goes high again in the bank, trying to make a move on Audrey Luttrell. She looks to the inside, looks like she can't quite get it done. She swings to the outside, maybe get something in the double rights. She tries on the outside, ducks to the inside. She stays right behind Audrey Luttrell as those two continue to battle for P3 in Kid Kart, brought to you by Talk Kart USA. And now count Alana into that group in the battle for P3. Those three young ladies battling it out for P3. Nose to tail. Audrey Luttrell still leads. Looks like Alana gets by Reagan. And it is Audrey Luttrell P3, followed by Alana Collada and Reagan Hodges. Those three ladies here in Kit Karts, they both advanced from Kit Kart Novice into Kit Kart. Now battling it out for the last step of the podium here in Kit Karts, brought to you by Top Kart USA. Audrey Luttrell leading the pack for P3. And it looks like Alana got around Audrey Luttrell for P3, so that is Alana Collada in P3 ahead of Audrey Luttrell and Reagan Hodges. Those three still battling it out, but Alana's starting to put out a little bit of a gap for that P3 position. Meanwhile, up front, your leader, Lincoln Wiley, coming to take to the next lap. Lincoln Wiley and Bo Schlenz, you're still your two leaders, P1 and P2, followed by Alana in P3, Audrey in P4, and Reagan in P5. Following them is Chase Call, Kyler Hendrickson, Miles Wilson, and Hunter McBride. Our leaders are now bunched up as they come up onto the back of, it looks like, Kyler Hendrickson. Your two leaders, Lincoln Wiley and Bo Schlenz, now nose to tail coming through. It is a flashback, a little bit deja vu to the pre-final, where Lincoln Wiley gave up his lead to Bo Schlenz because they hit some lap traffic. Let's see how they do this time. This time, he clears with no problem. Lincoln Wiley clears the traffic going into turn number 2, and he's going to maintain his lead over Bo Schlenz, but Bo is not ready to back off yet. He is still right on his tails. They come up to another lap cart coming through the banking, going down to the south side hairpin. Still Lincoln Wiley, your leader, over Bo Schlenz. Alana gapping out a little bit in P3 ahead of Audrey and Reagan Hodges. Coming up to some traffic through the inside hairpin, Lincoln Wiley and Bo Schlenz. Looks like they're falling around the outside. Bo Schlenz is tucked right up underneath Lincoln. Let's see what they do this time. Coming to pass lap traffic about the same time they did last lap. Let's see if they can do it again. Lap traffic gets out of the way as Lincoln Wiley goes on the high side. He's going to keep the lead. Boschlenz follows him through, tries to follow him through, goes down the inside of the lap traffic, and he maintains that P2 position. Lincoln Wiley doing a fantastic move on the outside of turn 1, allows him to make his gap to Boschlenz a little bit larger. Lincoln Wiley, your leader over Boschlenz still. Alana Kalata pulling out a little bit more of a gap in P3. Meanwhile, Reagan Hodges has got past Audrey Luttrell for the P4 position. It is now Lincoln Wiley, Boschlenz, Alana Kalata, Reagan Hodges, and Audrey Luttrell, your top 5. Your leader, Lincoln Wiley and Boschlenz, coming to take the white flag going on to the final lap. Boschlenz putting in some fast laps, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch Lincoln Wiley fast enough. They have a clear track ahead of him. Meanwhile, P3 of Alana Kalata comes to the line in P3, and Reagan Hodges right behind her in P4, and Audrey Luttrell in P5. Your leader's going through the banking. Boschlenz was banging on his wheel coming down the front stretch. He says, I knew he was close, but I couldn't quite get him. Meanwhile, Lincoln Wiley still has clear track ahead of him in P1, followed by Boschlenz. Coming through the final sector, coming to the inside hairpin, and Lincoln Wiley is still leading the way. As long as he keeps it smooth and consistent, he's going to have it over Boschlenz. He's trying to reel him in, but he's not going to quite get it done in time. And your winner for Kit Kart, brought to you by Top Kart USA, Lincoln Wiley. P2, Boschlenz. In P3, Alana Kalata is coming up on some of that lap traffic. Meanwhile, Reagan Hodges is coming up onto the tail. Let's see how they come through the final corner. Let's see how they navigate through. Alana goes to the inside. Looks like she's going to be able to keep that lead over Reagan Hodges. Reagan Hodges put in some fantastic laps there at the end to try to run down Alana, my bad. But Alana is able to maintain that P3 position ahead of Reagan Hodges. Audrey Luttrell, P5, followed by Chase Paul, Kyler Hendrickson, and Miles Wilson. Your leader, Lincoln Wiley, for your Kit Kart class, brought to you by Top Kart USA. Up next, your micro and mini Swift drivers, brought to you by Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care. You guys should be on grid and ready to go out next. 4-Cycle Novice, brought to you by Business Art Designs. You guys should be on pre-grid. 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. You guys are on deck. You should be working your way towards the grid. That is your Kit Kart class, brought to you by Top Kart USA. Finished with their feature event, and your winner, Lincoln Wiley.
Green flag is about to come out for this group in the mini Swift as they make their way across the line. Green flag is out. Making their way down the line. This is going to be the micro Swifts, and they are underway. It looks like it's going to be O'Gara leading the way down into turn number 1. First group, little side-by-side action the top 3. Oh, we got one that dropped a wheel, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was Austin Taylor dropped a wheel, and he is now, Charlie Myers was the one who dropped a wheel over in turn number 2, and they are now going to go single file in the top 3. We are already off to a very straightforward race. 1, 2, 3, just now making the way up the hill. Rest of the field from behind is also single file as they make their way down into the inner hairpin. Closest battle on track is between 2 carts in different classes. That is going to be between Charlie Myers and Danny O'Gara as they make their way out of the south side hairpin. That is O'Gara running in the micro Swift, and in the mini is going to be Charlie Myers. Myers now is going to hold off Danny O'Gara. Again, this isn't for position. This is for overall track position between the 2 classes put together. Next group out on track is going to be the 4-cycle novice, brought to you in part by Business Art Design. After that, we're going to get into 206 Sportsman, sponsored by Speedway Indoor Karting. Following that, we're going to get into our main event, the 206 Senior, sponsored by Ghost Racing Engines. If I said any of your guys' classes, you should probably make it way up to grid. 4-cycle novice especially needs to be on grid. 206 Sportsman to pre-grid. 206 Senior, you are going to be up on deck.
Coming to the checkered flag, and it is Caleb Johnson, your winner in Mini Swift. Danny O'Gara making a photo finish at the line, but they are in separate classes. That's Danny O'Gara, your winner for Micro Swift. Caleb Johnson and Danny O'Gara, your winners in Micro and Mini Swift. Here in the feature event for Micro Mini, brought to you by Indiana Memorial Cremation and Funeral Care. Up next, your 4-cycle novice, brought to you by Business Art Designs. You guys should be heading towards the grid. You're going to go out on track for your standing start here in just a few moments. Following them will be 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. You guys will be on the grid. Pre-grid will be 206 Senior, one of your feature events here for the main events for race number 3, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines and Yamaha and KA Juniors and Seniors. You guys should be thinking about heading up to the grid. Again, up next is your 4-cycle novice, brought to you by Business Art Designs, followed by 206 Sportsman and 206 Senior.
Four-cycle novice is now making the way around to get their standing start. We're going to do this F1 style. Coming up to the line, we got Elam Stoner next to Cadence Peebles. Sawyer Keene is going to start next to Evan Stout. Christopher Moore starts next to Colby Hogg. Colby Hogard is going to start in the 6th position. They're currently making the way down to the line. You can see them getting lined up. A little bit of last minute good luck, man, to you. We love the sportsmanship here from these young drivers. Hopefully they can continue it on when they get older and make a good example for the future generations. They're now down at the line. Our chief starter, the one and only Adam Burrows, is making his way around. You can see it through the sunglasses. The pupils are dilated on the flagman as he is waiting to get going here this afternoon. They're inching forward, trying to see if we can get a good start going for you guys this afternoon. Again, after 4-cycle novice, we're going to get going with 206 Sportsman, sponsored by Speedway Indoor Karting, your premier indoor karting circuit in Indiana, the United States of America. After that, we're going to go to 206 Senior, sponsored by Ghost Racing Engines. If you want an engine with a Ghost on it, you want to go to Ghost Engines. After that, we're going to go to 206 Junior, sponsored by New Gen Motorsports. New generation for the next motorsports. But right now, we're going to get things kicked off underway with 4-cycle novice, sponsored by Business Art Design. If you want your art and design together, you can get a business for it, as we're about to get going underway here this afternoon. Eyes on the starter. Waiting. Baby. Green flag is now out there underway down into turn number 1. Looks like from the back of the grid, that was going to be Colby Hoggard. Made a move on the outside line, makes up a couple positions, but right now, 1 and 2, Elam Stoner, Cadence Peebles making the way into turn number 2.
We have a three-way battle for the second position between Cadence Peoples, Sawyer Keene, and Evan Stout. Those two drivers nose to tail as they go down to the south side hairpin. No moves yet, but look for those drivers to start making some moves as they are all over the back of each other going to the inside hairpin. That looks like that is Sawyer Keene looking to make a move on Cadence Peoples. He backs out of it, though. He tries to go down the inside, but can't quite get it done. Loses a little bit back to Evan Stout. Those two drivers are going to try to work together. Looks like he's going to look down the inside, not quite going to be able to get it done. And Cadence Peoples still holds the lead through turn one. Sorry, holds P2 in that group over Sawyer Keene and Evan Stout. Elam Stoner still your leader. And down the inside, that's Sawyer Keene on Cadence Peoples from P2. He goes down the inside, but he gets loose coming out of the inner hairpin. They are all over as they go through, and he dips a wheel in the grass, and he drops all the way back from P2. He's going to try to go on the outside. He barely makes it through, skimming the wall, coming down to turn one. Now he's on the outside. Man, he is all over the place, but keeping it in check, and he goes on the outside of turn one to hold on to that P3 position. Cadence Peoples, now P2 over Evan Stout. Sawyer Keene making that move on the outside of Evan Stout for that P3 position. That was some close racing there. Still your leader coming to the line. Elam Stoner. Cadence Peoples now bringing up a little bit of a gap, but Sawyer Keene is starting to run him down as we come down to the final few laps of this race. Your leader still Elam Stoner over Cadence Peoples, Sawyer Keene, and Evan Stout. Sawyer Keene has caught up onto the back of Cadence Peoples for P2. He's going to try and pass again. Hopefully this time he doesn't end up putting a wheel in the grass like he did last time, but he's all over the back of Cadence Peoples for that P2 position. He looks down the inside, can't quite get it done, slots right back in behind Cadence Peoples. He's going to wait for the next corner. Sawyer Keene trying to make that move on Cadence Peoples, trying to pull away from Evan Stout and trying to run down Elam Stoner, your leader. Elam Stoner with a pretty massive lead with a fastest lap of 34.851. Elam Stoner, your leader. With 2 laps to go, coming to the white flag. And Sawyer Keene goes down the inside of the inner hairpin, and he takes that P2 position away from Cadence Peoples as they come on to the last lap. But Cadence Peoples slots right back in behind Sawyer, and they're going to battle it out on the final lap. Your leader still, Elam Stoner. Sawyer Keene, Cadence Peoples battling it out. Sawyer Keene still holding him in turn 2, but Cadence Peoples sticking his nose into turn 2. He's not quite ready to give that up. He loses a little bit of time in the switchback, which drops him back into the clutches of Evan Stout. They all go through the south side hairpin. They still remain 2, 3, 4 in the same order. They're coming up to some lap traffic. They might hit him coming to the line. This might give us a photo finish. P1, Elam Stoner, your winner. P2, looks like it'll be Sawyer Keene. Let's see how they come across the line. And P2 will be Sawyer Keene. Bam! Thank you, Ranjan Caleb, for that bam. For those of you who watch Kart Chasing, you'll know our very good friend, Ranjan Ebersol. I believe that's how you say his name. The rock announcer, that is his famous line of bam. But anyways, that'll be Elam Stoner, your winner for 4-Cycle Novice, here in the feature event, brought to you by Business Art Designs. For all of your art and design needs, Caleb, we have a business for you.
Yeah, if you have arts and designs, we have a business just for you. Going on to the next group, we have 206 Senior. Groups 1 and 2 now combined to make one glorious class that we call 206, one of the premier classes in the Midwest for some awesome, fantastic racing. That is sponsored by Ghost Racing Engines. If you want a racing engine that makes you as quick as a ghost, you go to Ghost Racing Engines. After that, we're going to go to 206 Junior, sponsored by New Gen Motorsports. If you want to be a part of the new generation of motorsports, you have to go to New Gen Racing. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We've got more racing yet to come on WRP Racing Network.
Your 206 Sportsman class, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting, is on track for their warm-up lap now. Your front row, AJ Stoner, your pole sitter. Outside pole, Caleb Johnson in their Evo karts. Second row of the Will Power karts, Ryan Mort and Charlie Myers, followed by Sam Tutwiler, Danny O'Gara, Thomas Anthony, Jason Hendrickson, Titus Roberts, Austin Taylor, and Leland Anderson. That is your 11-kart field for Briggs 206 Sportsman, brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting, as they come down, slowing it down to the inner hairpin. Hoping to take the green this time by for their feature event of the day. Coming to the line, and they are not equal. The inside row, about 2 kart lengths ahead, coming to the green, so they are not going to be going green this time by. It is a yellow, although they are going a little bit quicker than I think that we were expecting. They're slowing back down. They're going to grid back up, and they're going to try again. And we have one around on the warm-up lap. I'm not sure he realized it was the warm-up lap. The kart in front of him slowed down really hard, and he got on the brakes. It's like he spun. Hopefully they're going to get all gridded back up in the same position, so they're getting ready to go green for their final event here today for Whiteland Raceway Park, race number 3 for 206 Sportsman. Brought to you by Speedway Indoor Karting. Coming to the line, AJ Stoner in the white helmet and Caleb Johnson in the orange helmet coming to the line, your front row. Hoping to take the green this time by. They come through the final corner. They're a lot more equal this time. They get the green flag. AJ Stoner on the inside of turn 1. Looks like he's going to hold on. And we have a little bit of a battle behind. Caleb Johnson and Ryan Mort getting side by side. Ryan Mort looks like he might be able to take P2. Caleb Johnson on the outside, going down the inside. He's going to have to back out. That bunches up all of the carts behind him. We have one backwards. That looks like Austin Taylor ended up backwards, but it looked like he managed to keep it clean. And he's going to be all right and be able to continue. Your leader, AJ Stoner, followed by Ryan Mort. I apologize. And we have Caleb Johnson in P3. Ryan Mort with a fantastic start, making his way up to P2, going through turn 2 side by side with Caleb Johnson. Your leader from lap number 1, AJ Stoner in his Evo kart. Caleb Johnson is all over the back of Ryan Mort. He looks like he's going to make a move down into the south side hairpin. Looks like he's able to get it done. Who's going to come out on top? And he makes it. Caleb Johnson now gets past the Will Power Card of Ryan Mort. Those two are going to battle it out for P2, but that brought Sam Tutwiler into this battle here in P4. We now have AJ Stoner, your leader, pulling out a couple second gap ahead of teammate Caleb Johnson, Ryan Mort, Sam Tutwiler, and Charlie Myers, your top five. We're going to be watching the battle for P2 here between Caleb Johnson, Ryan Mort, and Sam Tutwiler. Those three drivers closing in on each other, coming through the bank here on lap number 3. And Sam Tutwiler goes down the inside of the double rights on Ryan Mort. He's going to take that P3 position. He's got his eyes set on Caleb Johnson ahead, and they're going to look to work together and maybe be able to run down AJ Stoner, but AJ Stoner continues to pull out more of a lead in this 206 Sportsman field. Ryan Mort is not letting go of the back of Sam Tutwiler, and those two are going to battle out for P3. Meanwhile, behind them, we have a large group led by Charlie Myers, followed by Thomas Anthony, Titus Roberts, and Danny O'Gara. Those drivers looking to get into that battle for P number 3 as they run down Ryan Mort and Sam Tutwiler, who are battling nose to tail, going through the switchback and into the bank corner. Coming down the south side hairpin, Ryan Mort is on the back of Sam Tutwiler. I'm not sure he's getting close enough to make a move. He can't quite get it done this time, but he is not going to let. He gets a little bit loose on the exit, but he's not going to let Sam Tutwiler run away quite just yet. Ryan Mort on the back of Sam Tutwiler, P number 3. Mort battles with Sam Tutwiler for P number 3. Charlie Myers, his teammate, is leading the group behind, trying to close those guys in and get in on that battle for P number 3. Charlie Myers and Ryan Mort ran really well, some really close, tight racing in the first race. Those two drivers very equally matched. It gets a little bit closer. Those two can work together and hopefully take on Sam Tutwiler and then see if they can run down the P number 2 driver of Caleb Johnson. But I'm not sure if he'll have enough time in this race to run him down, but we will see. You never know. This is 206 racing. Everything is up in the air, and these drivers are going to run nose to tail the entire duration of this race. You never know what's going to happen. Ryan Mort still on the back of Sam Tutwiler for P3. Your leader still AJ Stoner, followed by teammate Caleb Johnson. And there you go, Burns.
All right, we're down here on grid, going shortly for our 206 senior. You're not getting away from me. Matt, guys, starting up front. He dominated a couple races back. You've been up a competitor. Are you worried about Chase Jones starting next year, or think you'll be able to pull away from him?
Yeah, take him on. Yeah, it's quite cool. So,
It's going to be a good show. Good luck to you. Chase Jones, you ain't getting away either. Now you're starting on the outside of one of the most legendary drivers here, Matt, guys. Are you worried at all? You think you'll be able to pull away from on the start?
I think there's like 20 guys that can win this race. Pretty close.
Yeah. Balls. I started P8. First race back in San Diego. You got a little bit of work to do, but like that. All right, Mr. Maxwell, you got to do this. Nothing about that.
Thank you, Caleb, and we're coming to the final lap here for your 206 Sportsman class. AJ Stoner still leading the way over Caleb Johnson. Ryan Mork was able to get past Sam Tutwiler for P3 as they come on the final lap here. We see your leaders. Caleb Johnson has closed down on AJ Stoner, but I don't think he's going to catch him quite fast enough as they come to the line. Your winner here for 206 Sportsman, AJ Stoner, followed by teammate Caleb Johnson. Ryan Mort and Sam Tutwiler still battling it out, coming to the inside hairpin, coming to the final two corners. Looks like it's going to be Ryan Mort, P3 in his full power car, followed by Sam Tutwiler. Behind Sam Tutwiler is going to be Danny O'Gara, finger in the air, P number 5. Followed by Titus Roberts, Charlie Myers, Leland Anderson, Kason Hendrickson, Thomas Anthony, and Austin Taylor. Your winner for 206 Sportsman, AJ Stoner. .206 Senior, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines, getting ready to take to the track. All 25 drivers, led by Matt Geist and Chase Jones. Your front row, Matt Geist, your winner from Group 1, and Chase Jones, your winner from Group 2. All 25 206 Senior drivers take to the track for your feature event here at Whiteland Raceway Park for race number 3. Your pole sitter, Matt Geist, followed by Chase Jones, Evan McCorkadale, Levi Wilbur, Eli Fox, Adam Maxwell, Carter Bowles, Derek Hastings, Brady Sappenfield, Tyler Kearns, Matthew Burpo, Troy Toney, Adam Dietz, Caden Taylor, Jared Howerton, BJ Shaw, Garrett Powell, Grant Tibbs, Braden Mayfield, and Ryan Crabtree, rounding out your top 20. Matt Geist and Chase Jones coming on the warm-up lap, gridding up, getting ready to take the green for the feature event here today in 206 Senior. Brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines.
And we're about to get going here for your 20-lap feature event, your 206 Senior. 24 drivers to take the green, only one is going to take the checkered. You heard Chase Jones say almost 20 drivers may be in contingency of a win here this afternoon. Coming down to the line, green flag in air. We are side-by-side racing, and it is going to be Levi Wilbur pushing Chase Jones around and up on the curb with Geist. He's back 2. Count that 3 spots, because now that is going to be, I think he's trying the outside line. That is Maxwell is going to make it work. Now we got more drivers trying to get the nose into it. Here comes Fox around the outside, and right behind him is Carter Bowles trying to run the outside line of the south side hairpin.
Carter Bowles trying to run the outside of McCorkindale. Eli Fox getting into each other a little bit going through the south side hairpin. Carter Bowles taking advantage of that, getting right up on their tail. Derek Hastings following up that group. And we have a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers that are all within contention to win. Chase Jones still your leader. Matt Geist trying to climb back some spots after having a bad start. Goes on the inside of Levi Wilbur in turn 2. Can't quite get it done. Slots right back in behind it. Adam Maxwell jumps right on the back of him. Maybe he'll push them and get them close to the leaders. Right now, Chase Jones starting to pull out a little bit of a gap ahead of Levi Wilbur. Not much. That could be made up easily here in 206 Racing. But currently your leader, Chase Jones, over Levi Wilbur. Matt Geist and Adam Maxwell gets sideways going to the inside of the south side hairpin. And he's all the way up the inside into the back of Chase Jones. Adam Maxwell goes from P4 to P2 in one corner. Chase Jones still your leader, but he got crossed up and had to run over the curb. Chase Jones your leader over Adam Maxwell. And now Matt Geist in P3. We have a whole gaggle of carts behind them going into turn number 2. Everybody's side by side. Levi Wilbur drops all the way down to 5th, 6th, 7th position. Carter Bowles gets by on the inside going to the south side hairpin. Eli Fox makes another move on Matt Geist. Matt Geist gets pushed wide. Sorry, that's Derek Hastings, I believe. No, it is Matt Geist. Gets pushed a little bit wide. Carter Bowles makes up another spot. Carter Bowles having a fantastic opening few laps here. As Adam Maxwell gets all over the back of Chase Jones, those 2 drivers try to push away while the drivers battle behind them. Caleb?
They are all bunched up going into turn 1. A big little bit of contact happened in the mid-pack. Looks like that is Marchino involved, Dylan involved, Caden Hanley involved. So we got 4 drivers involved in an incident in the inside hairpin. Now we're going to switch back over the leaders. Top 2 going nose to tail into the south side hairpin. Jones out in front. Maxwell running P2. And making his way up into 3rd is Evan McCorkindale getting help from Eli Fox. Coming down the inside hairpin. Oh, that was Matt Geist. Threw a slide job on Carter Bowles. And now he finds himself on the inside parts of the track. Somehow manages to get over the gravel. And he is losing all sorts of positions as he is now trying to recover. Falls right back in behind. Looks like Grant Tim still continues to lose spots. So keep an eye on him as probably make his way up through the field. Switching back over the leaders. Nose to tail is the top 2. Still Jones and Maxwell. 3 and 4. Wilbur and that is McCorkindale and Fox trying to work together to close back up to the top 4. And off in the distance is Matt Geist, a man who knows how to get it done, and he plays the long-term patient game. Following him is Levi Wilbur, and then a fantastic 3-car pack slowly closing in on the lead group. That is led by Adam Dietz, Brady Sappenfield, and then the man, the myth, the legend. That is, if I'm not mistaken, that is Matthew Burpo into that 3-pack. So look for them to possibly close back up to your leaders, make their way on the south side hairpin.
Evan McCorkindale and Eli Fox work together to push back up to those lead 2 of Chase Jones and Adam Maxwell. And it is now a 4-way battle for the lead. Chase Jones still leads the way, but they're about to come up on some lap traffic. We now have a 4-way battle. Those 2 drivers working together to try to catch up to Chase Jones and Adam Maxwell. They work together. They're a little bit back now, but they're pushing together. Adam Maxwell looks to the inside of Chase Jones going into turn 2. Chase Jones slots in behind him. He knows if he fights that too much, he could drop all the way back from 1st to 4th. So he's going to let Adam Maxwell by. He's going to push him. They're going to see if they can run away from that group again, but it is still 4 drivers, nose to tail. Chase Jones gets loose down in the south side hairpin. Not entirely sure what happened down there, but he dropped back behind Evan McCorkindale in the south side hairpin. Adam Maxwell started to pull out a little bit of a lead. Those 3 drivers behind him know how to get it done, so they're going to push and work together. Run back down Adam Maxwell, and then they're going to do it all over again in a battle for the lead. In this kind of racing, Caleb, you might not want to be the lead driver because you know you have a whole pack of fast drivers right behind you. Then all they have to do is pull out of that draft, and they can go right down your inside, and you could drop quickly from 1st all the way down to 4th, even 5th. Sometimes you could drop all the way down 15 positions just by pulling out a line.
Yeah, I believe Jason Aldean wrote a song about that called The Night Train, where it goes all the way across the United States and pushes one guy from the front all the way to the back. But now we got a battle for the lead. Here comes McCorkindale, your new leader. There's lap traffic out in front. Top 4 now all nose to tail. Across the line is McCorkindale. And then it's going to be Maxwell, followed by Jones, and then Fox, not too far back as the 2 carts working together. That is Matt Geist pushing Wilbur going into turn number 2. Leaders now closing on lap traffic. He points them down low. He goes up high. Top 4 come around. He looks back, sees the other 2 are following. That lap cart is not going to play a factor. There is one more out in front. Top 4 nose to tail. You can see him giving hand signals. There is so much going on right now. You got to know when to pull out a draft, when to stay in the line, and when to make your move. Chase Jones moved up a couple spots. He is now back up to P2. McCorkadale on point down into turn 1. Jones on his back bumper, but I keep looking back, and it continues to close the gap between P4 of Eli Fox and P number 5 of Levi Wilbur, followed by Matt Geist trying to catch back up to the front 4-pack.
Evan McCorkadale loves to be the lead card in a draft pack, so look for Chase Jones to be pushing Evan McCorkadale through to try to run away. As you can see them starting to pull away from Eli Fox and Adam Maxwell. You're going to see Chase Jones try to push him as they come up to more lap traffic. But Chase Jones goes down the inside. He says, I have the speed. I want to be the lead card now. Evan McCorkadale's going to slot in behind him. He's going to try to push. Those two drivers are going to try to pull away from the two behind them. Adam Maxwell's going to keep pushing on Eli Fox. They're going to try to maintain that as a 4-car battle for the lead. They do not want to leave those two drivers ahead. Chase Jones, now your leader. For 206 Senior, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines.
Down into the south side hairpin is the top 4. A little bit of separation. We got 2 2-packs out in front, making up the front 4. There's a little bit of a gap, roughly 2 carts between McCorkadale and then Fox running at P3. It closes back up. The accordion effect, where they separate out and then close back up due to the draft for the tighter corners. It's even more present here at Whiteland Raceway Park as they make their way down into turn 1. Looks like the lapper is going to go low. Let's 1, 2, 3, top 4. Looks back even farther, and he's going to have to slot back in, and now it is going to be Wilbur, followed by Geist getting through. So top 6 are all through lap traffic as they continue to close back up. Looking on the field, coming out the south side hairpin, it looks that Maxwell has fallen off by just a little bit, roughly about a car length from the top 4 of the third placement. That is Fox, making the way up the hill. Jones in control. P number 2 is going to be McCorkadale, followed by Eli Fox. The rest of the field making the way through. The back 3, the mid-pack battle, slowly making their way up to the top 6. I don't think they have enough time as we're working 8 laps to go, but keep an eye to see if anything happens to the front 4 to bunch the pack back up.
And don't count out Levi Wilbur or Matt Geist quite yet as those top 4 battle away. Those two drivers get closer and closer every time. They have a little bit more difficulty getting through the lap traffic because I think those 4 drivers are the only ones they have to worry about through one corner. And then they have 2 more right on their tail. So those two trying to look to work together to make it a 6-way battle for the lead. Chase Jones still your leader with Evan McCorkadale. Those two try to push away from the rest of the field and try to battle it out on the last lap. Chase Jones still leading over Evan McCorkadale by Eli Fox now running on his own in P3. Adam Maxwell trying to run it back down. A little bit more gaps coming out here than we might have expected, but Chase Jones and Evan McCorkadale, your 2 front drivers. Going down to the south side hairpin, those two are going to try to run away and get away from the rest of those behind them.
Top 4 making their way into the inside hairpin one more time. Looks like there's one lapper out in front. Look for him to bunch back up. Now, the 4-pack battle for the lead is now a spread out 6-pack battle for the top spot. 1 and 2, still Jones and McCorkadale. A little bit of separation between them both. After that, there's a little bit of a gap before we get to third placement of Fox. Fox now is getting reeled in by, that is Maxwell. Adam Maxwell running in P5. Right behind him is going to be Levi Wilbur, and Matt Geist has fallen off just a little bit as we now see the leaders coming out of the south side hairpin. Lap cart letting the top 3 go by. Here comes, a little sideways, and that was going to be Maxwell trying to get his way around. Looks like Wilbur's going to get around. Geist has a little bit of trouble. So that top 4 has now spread back out. We're in the closing stages right now. There's 5 laps to go. Advantage is going to go to Jones as he is almost out of drafting range for your second placement of Evan McCorkadale.
We have that top 6 battle is now completely spread out. They're all about equally apart from first to second, all the way down 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. We still have a few drivers behind trying to make it back up. There's a few lap drivers in between, so it looks like it's going to be 6 carts, still with a potential lead, coming to 4 laps to go. Chase Jones on the point with a few cart length lead over Orkadale. And Eli Fox trying to reel back in those top 2. Looks like Levi Wilbur is looking to maybe push or pass with Adam Maxwell. Those two might be able to work together and catch back up to P3, but I'm not sure they're going to have enough time to do anything about Chase Jones out there in the lead. Evan McCorkadale might be the only one within striking distance with 4 laps to go in this race.
McCorkadale's going to have to pull something out of the top hat. Chase Jones has a lot of laps here. He was very consistent, and he especially knows the cart that he is the president of that MPG and WPK cart. Making the way to the inside hairpin. McCorkadale trails by about 3 cart lengths as he is now trying to pull everything out of the top hat to close back up. Before the race, he said this is going to be a long-term race. You cannot make your moves quick. He is now trying to do whatever he can to stay in the draft. Right now, he is looking about a 4-cart length disadvantage to Chase Jones, but I think McCorkadale has a cart set up for a late race run as we now are approaching 2 laps to go at the line. McCorkadale is going to have to hope for a miracle or some mistake from Chase Jones in order to close back up. Top 2 pulling away, the rest of the field are following. Closest battle happening on track in that top half is going to be between Levi Wilbur and Adam Maxwell, running right behind on his back bumper.
And Evan McCorkindale, with 2 laps to go, is a driver that we've seen keep some of their reserve and then throw in some mega laps in the final lap. They're coming up to the lap driver, Chris Marchino, so he might be able to play a factor here in the finals as Chase Jones still leads over Evan McCorkindale. Those 2 drivers pulling away from the rest of the field. Looks like it's going to be a 2-car battle for the win. We'll see how that plays as they come into lap traffic. They might hit Chris Marchino coming to the white flag here. They have a few cars ahead of them still, but I'm not sure they'll be able to make it to those before the end of the race. Chase Jones still leading over Evan McCorkindale. Leads from Eli Fox, Levi Wilbur, Adam Maxwell, and Matt Geist, all coming to the white flag. Chase Jones still on the point ahead of Evan McCorkindale.
Jones is on point. P2 is McCorkindale. They are now approaching Chris Marchino. The lap traffic as they go into turn 2. They aren't going to catch him probably until after the south side hairpin as they make their way through the Daytona corner for the final time. Jones just has to get around this 1-lap car, and he all but has this race won. He goes to the side-by-side. Marchino lets him go by. That is going to seal the deal for Chase Jones into the final corner. McCorkindale not able to get around Marchino as quickly as he wanted. He is now not going to have enough. Hand in the air. He is frustrated. Race win is going to go to Chase Jones, winning your 206 senior event here at Whiteland Raceway Park.
Chase Jones, your MPG Motorsport and Will Power Car driver, takes the win in his return to 206 senior racing here at Whiteland Raceway Park, followed by Evan McCorkindale, Eli Fox, Levi Wilbur, Adam Maxwell, Matt Geist, Adam Dietz making his way up to P7, Matthew Burbo, Brady Sappenfield, Jared Howerton, Carter Bowles, BJ Shaw, Dylan Howerton, Troy Toney, Caden Taylor, your top 15. Chase Jones, the MPG Motorsports Will Power Car driver, your winner in 206 senior, brought to you by Ghost Racing Engines.
.206 Junior, sponsored by New Gen Motorsports, is now making their way around for the final time. This is also going to be just as intense. Your front row is Eli Warren and A.J. Ludd. A.J. Ludd had a late race lunge there in the later afternoon as we're going to go one more time by. They are not going to go green. One more lap. We're going to go green here for our 206 Juniors.
Yeah, that was a no-go there. Eli Warren was about a car and a half length ahead of the outside row coming in the green. Now, this is a strategy that some drivers play when they feel like they don't have enough heat in their tires. They intentionally throw the first, which is your warning for not getting the start the first time. They'll intentionally throw that first start so that way they can get a little more heat in their tires when they go racing. So I'm not sure. Eli Warren, a very experienced racer, I would not put him past him. But wanted to get a little bit more heat in his tires going into this first lap. But all the drivers coming back around, getting ready to take the green flag this next time by. Eli Warren on the point with A.J. Lund on his outside. Dave Van Dyke and Riley Baldwin your front two rows.
Here's the rest of the field making the way around. Let's see if we can get this one more time. Green flag is out down into turn number 1, and it's going to be Eli Warren out in front. A.J. Ludd finds his way falling down through the field. If I'm not mistaken, that's Riley Baldwin now bumping on his back bumper, trying to see if he can't make his way to the top 3. Right behind Baldwin is Micah Garrett, who took a lunge into the top 5.
Eli Warren, he's not going to let him go this time. These two drivers were battling out for the lead last time. As we see A.J. Lund go down the inside to take P3 back from, I believe that was that was A.J. Lund going down the inside to take P3 over, looks like Vaughn Beasley, yes, in P4 now. Your two leaders, Eli Warren and Dane Van Dyke, trying to push away from the rest of the field so they can battle this out and come into the end.
Eli Warren, he is going to have to hold off for all he can because barking at his back door is Dane Van Dyke. Making their way to the south side hairpin. Here comes A.J. Ludd for third. He has got his way back around the traffic. He now has plenty of time, plenty of track, and now the top 2 in sight. He ran out of time when it came during the pre-final, but I don't think that's going to be the factor. Right now, 1-2 making the way into turn number 1. Warren and Van Dyke. Ludd not too far off in the distance, but right now it looks like Van Dyke is going to be on the back bumper of Warren, giving him a big old lunge into turn 2, trying to separate them two out from the rest of the pack.
Your top 5 from Eli Warren all the way down to P number 5 of Riley Baldwin are starting to break away from the rest of the field. That top 5 running away. A.J. Lund trying to run down the back of Dave Van Dyke is all over the back of Eli Warren. Those 3, now your lead pack, those 3 are going to battle it out for the win. But don't count out P4 and P5 of Vaughn Beasley and Riley Baldwin. Those 2 drivers are still close enough to be within striking distance if that lead group decides to start battling it out.
1 and 2, nose to tail. Warren and Van Dyke over to turn 2. A.J. Ludd with a killer corner. He is now closing up in the crossover. Now within about a half a car length. Ludd got a little loose going into the south side hairpin. Seems trying to translate it over to Eli. Warren was not able to do it. Warren is now going to pull away by half a car length. Top 3 now, nose to tail over to the hairpin. Equal spacing between all. Look at the 4th placement. Vaughn Beasley is now in the catbird seat. He can see the top 3 getting antsy, making the way over to turn 1. Knows that he just needs a little bit of momentum to get bogged down from the top 3, and he could easily find himself trying to compete for the lead. Over through the crossover now to the bank corner. I don't think anyone's close enough to make a run. They all close back up to the back bumper. Eli Warren gets a little bit of a bump from Van Dyke, and they are now top 3, nose to tail, making their way up the hill down into the inside hairpin.
Dave Van Dyke definitely making his presence known on the back bumper of Eli Warren. Dave Van Dyke also feeling the pressure behind from A.J. Lund. A.J. Lund still holding on to the back of this tail group. He is putting pressure on Dave Van Dyke to either push Eli Warren away or make a move. Otherwise, A.J. Lund is going to make his move. Falling back a little bit coming out of turn 1. We still have a little bit of a breakaway for Eli Warren and Dave Van Dyke. Dave Van Dyke is still all over the back of Eli Warren. He's just pushing him for now to try to get away from that pressure behind of A.J. Lund. But your leader, still Eli Warren, coming through the south side hairpin. Those 3 still nose to tail going inside hairpin. Look for Dave Van Dyke to potentially make a move on Eli Warren here. The next few laps, if it feels like he has that pace, he's going to want to get around and out of the clutches of A.J. Lund in P3.
We're going to burn one more lap. It is now 9 to go at the line. 1 and 2 is still Warren, followed by Van Dyke. This is something you see at the regional and professional level of driving on the national scale. Top 2 working together, pushing each other away from the rest of the field. Both Van Dyke and Warren know they're going to battle it out here in the last 2, maybe 3 laps. They want as much spacing as they can get, but right now they're not getting it. A.J. Ludd is staying in the draft, keeping up with no help from behind with the top 3. He knows if he can hold on maybe 4 more laps, the top 2 are going to start battling back and forth. That will then allow him to close back up and try to make his move. We're going to keep an eye on the battle for the top 2. Looking down the rest of the field, everyone's fairly spaced out as we have a couple of carts turned together heading into the south side hairpin.
Dane Van Dyke looking like he's going to play the long game with Eli Warren and try to run away from A.J. Lund. He knows that if he tries to make a move on Eli Warren and doesn't make it stick, A.J. Lund will be right there to take advantage of the situation and bring him right back into this battle. There's a little bit of an incident there in the double rights that they go around. No overtaking under yellows. Those drivers trying to keep it safe. We get a little bit more gapped out as they all slow down at various lengths during the yellow flag. We have a little bit more of a gap for Eli Warren over Dane Van Dyke and A.J. Lund. Dave Van Dyke, we're going to see what kind of pace he has trying to run back down that gap to Eli Warren.
Van Dyke is almost out of the drafting range. He's got to hold on for all he can through the Daytona corner. You can see the draft visually working as they make their way out of the Daytona corner to the south side hairpin. He's in the toe as they make their way up the hill. This is where they have a headwind, heading into the inside hairpin, and then coming back up the hill from the south side hairpin is where the wind is the strongest. And also here on the main straightaway, Warren has got to hold on through turn one because here comes Van Dyke. Really closing the gap, now within about a half a car length. He thought about shooting it low, but he didn't have enough to get it done. And not too far back to the third placeman, A.J. Ludd continues to fall away from the field. Yellow is out. We have a cart turned around, coming up towards the double rights of the inside hairpin. Top two make it by. Still Warren and Van Dyke, nose to tail. P number 3 of A.J. Ludd has got to hope that the top two start battling it out quickly. Coming down the line, 5 laps to go. We're going to wait and see if Van Dyke, who has his best run coming out of turn 1 into turn 2, if he's going to make his move now or if he's going to continue to wait behind Eli Warren.
Dave Van Dyke had the perfect opportunity to see how much pace he had in comparison to Eli Warren, but he ran him down from about 6 part lengths back. So he might be thinking about making a move as he looks back, and he can see that A.J. Lund has dropped off a little bit. This gives him a little bit more of a cushion room to make a move on Eli Warren, but he knows that if he doesn't make it stick, then A.J. Lund will be right back in the mix. So he's going to wait till a little bit later on in this race, but he was able to see that he has the pace to make the move. Eli Warren's still playing it smooth and consistent out front with Dave Van Dyke all over his rear bumper. He's going to start looking to defend within the last few laps because he knows Dave Van Dyke has that pace, and these two drivers very equally matched. We're going to see them in a showdown going into the final 3 laps. A.J. Lund running on his own in P3, but don't count him out. If those two up front start battling really hard, he'll be right there with them and still in the lead battle. The leader, still Eli Warren for Dave Van Dyke, bumper to bumper, coming to the final 4 laps.
A.J. Ludd is out of drafting range. He needs to hold on just a little bit more. We're now approaching 3 laps to go. Look for Van Dyke. This is when he's got to play student. Figure out and learn when the driver in front of you, when should you make your move? When are you faster? When are they faster? When they maybe open up the door just a little bit more and have a different driving style? Honestly, I think the best case for Van Dyke is going into turn 2. He seems to get a better run on Warren. Warren, I think, is looking back and realizing that he's trying to figure out when should I start defending my line. Going into turn 2 in the south side hairpin is when he takes it all the way down to the grass and holds off the inside line. Making his way up the final 2 corners. Now coming down to get 2 laps to go. Let's keep an eye on Van Dyke as they make their way out of turn number 1. Heading into turn 2. He's in the toe. Warren does not defend. Van Dyke still stays to the back bumper. Thinking about it. Does not make his move. Still 1 and 2. Warren and Van Dyke.
Van Dyke playing the smart game. He's staying all over the back of Eli Warren, waiting for his opportunity to make that move. He knows that he has the pace. He's going to keep it. He looked down the inside of Eli Warren. I don't think he had any intention of making that move, but he wanted to make his presence known to Eli Warren. Maybe pressure him into a mistake as they start hitting some of this lap traffic, which could play a contention as they come into the white flag. Eli Warren and Dave Van Dyke, they get past the lap traffic easily. They go into turn number 1. This is where you're going to see, like Caleb said, look down to the inside. Eli Warren defends, but Dave Van Dyke gets it done. He gets down, he gets his nose on the inside before Eli Warren has a chance to go all the way down to the grass, and he is your new leader, but watch for a crossover move going to Southside Hairpin. Dave Van Dyke defends into the Southside Hairpin. Eli Warren slots him behind. It's not over yet. Dave Van Dyke played his cards perfectly, waited until the last opportunity, went down the inside where he knew he was fastest, and started pulling out a gap on Eli Warren. A fantastically controlled race there for Dave Van Dyke as he comes to take the checkered. Dave Van Dyke, your winner for 206 Junior. Brought to you by New Gen Motorsport. A fantastic race between 2 very experienced drivers, racing with each other from sportsmen all the way up into junior. Dave Van Dyke and Eli Warren, your top 2 drivers in 206 Junior. A.J. Lund finishes in P3, Vaughn Beasley P4, and Riley Baldwin, your top 5. Followed by Coyle Delaney, Micah Garrett, Hudson Rogers, Alex Jones, Ethan Williams, Malcolm Hollowell, Lane Gibbs, Eduardo Robles, Maddox Hopper, and Kyler Peebles. A fantastic race between Dave Van Dyke and Eli Warren. 2 very experienced drivers here in 206 Junior. Your Yamaha NKA Junior and Senior Field, brought to you by O'Gara Irish Pub, Al Warren Oil, MPG Motorsports, and Will Power Cart and Carbon Safety Technologies are on track now for their warm-up lap, getting ready for their feature event of the day. Your pole sitter, Charlie Steins. Charlie Steins on the pole, gets the green flag, gets the jump into turn one. Elliot Cox on his outside. Charlie Steins covers the inside, and he is still your leader going into turn two. Elliot Cox is not done yet. He goes down the inside of turn two. He then goes side by side through turn two. Charlie Steins slots in behind. He knows that if he makes a mistake going through that switchback, that could cost him very much. So he slots right back in behind Elliot Cox. Elliot Cox, your new leader, aka senior, followed by Charlie Steins. Charlie Steins all back up on the back of Elliot Cox. He was playing it smart when he went through the switchback on the opening lap. He knew that if he slotted right back in behind, he'll have an opportunity later in the race to make a move. If he made too much of a move, then he could have dropped back and taken himself out of contention, potentially out of the race. He is now back on the back end of the Will Power Kart driver, Elliot Cox, for Driving for Dyslexia. Your Driving for Dyslexia, Will Power Kart MPG Motorsports driver, Elliot Cox, your leader, aka senior, followed by Charlie Steins, who's dropped off just a little bit, but watch for him to make a move and a push here, coming towards the end. Eli Warren has made his way up into P3, and he's looking to run down those front two drivers. He was fast, and he just had a fantastic race in 206 Junior, coming away with P2, but he's now running in the KA senior field, running down Charlie Steins and Elliot Cox. Eli Warren, your fastest driver on track right now, running down to the front two drivers of Charlie Steins and Elliot Cox. He is all over the back of Charlie Steins right now. He is running a couple tenths faster than Charlie Steins, who was running about a tenth faster than Elliot Cox on that last lap. Eli Warren goes down to the inside of Charlie Steins. Charlie Steins slots in behind him. Eli Warren, your fastest driver on track, now up to P2 with his eyes set on P1 of Elliot Cox. Eli Warren gets a little bit loose going through the inside hairpin. Charlie Steins has a look. He can't quite get it done through there, but he's going to stay right on the bumper. Eli Warren. We got a little bit loose on that inside hairpin. It's going to take a little bit longer to run down Elliot Cox, but he looks like he's still making up that ground quite well. Charlie Steins trying to stay in his draft, run back up there, and make it a three-kart battle for the lead, aka BLR Senior. Eli Warren on that last lap puts in a lap 5 tenths faster than Elliot Cox last lap, and they're running into some traffic now, and Eli Warren is right on the back of Elliot Cox. Elliot knows that he has to make this move, and he has to try to run away, maybe use some of that traffic to his advantage to get Eli Warren off his tail. Looks like he plays it perfectly. Eli Warren and Charlie Steins managed to slide through perfectly, and those three drivers are now about to be nose to tail, make it a three-way battle for the lead. Eli Warren, your fastest driver on the track by quite a bit at this point, all over the back of Elliot Cox, your current leader. Eli Warren makes a move into the south side hairpin. Elliot Cox goes a little bit wide, tries to slot back in behind. Charlie Steins now on the back of Elliot Cox. And Eli Warren, your new leader for KA and BLR Senior. Eli Warren, your fastest driver on track, starting to run away from P2 of Elliott Cox and P3 of Charlie Steins. These three drivers pulling out a gap over the rest of the field. Eli Warren, your leader, pulling out a little bit of a gap over P2 of P3. Elliott Cox P2 and Charlie Steins P3. Eli Warren, your leader, coming to nearly the halfway point. Charlie Steins makes a move on Elliott Cox, puts him down to P3. That's Charlie Steins now P2, with his kart coming alive in the second half of this race. We're about to hit the halfway mark, and Eli Warren is running away with this race, followed by Charlie Steins at P2 and Elliott Cox at P3. It looks like P3 Elliott Cox is out with what looks like it could be a mechanical issue. P3 Elliott Cox is now out of this race, which means Eli Warren running away in P1, followed by Charlie Steins in P2. And this will likely be your order coming to the finish as we get 5 to go this time by. Coming to the white flag, Eli Warren, your leader, over Charlie Steins, P2. Eli Warren running away, classing the field in this race. But Charlie Steins still running a fantastic race on his own there, P2. Two fantastic drivers that have been racing together from sportsmen all the way into juniors and now sometimes a little bit senior races. Both drivers doing fantastically on the national and regional levels. Both of them pole sitters and race winners in Route 66 in this previous year races here in Newcastle. Coming to the checkered flag, Eli Warren is your winner for KA in VLR 100 Junior Senior. Brought to you by O'Gara's Irish Pub, Al Warren Oil, MP2 Motorsports and Will Power Card, and Carbon Safety Technologies. Eli Warren, your winner. The 206 Masters class brought to you by the National Karting Alliance is getting ready to take to the track for our final main event of the day. 206 Masters brought to you by National Karting Alliance. .206 Masters brought to you by the National Karting Alliance is going around for their final warm-up lap as we hope that Jeff Gerline can get his kart going again, join the back of this field. Your pole sitter, Derek Hastings. On the outside, Rich Hale, followed by Matthew Burpo, Melvin Gazzi, Jeff Gerline, Brian Williams, Ben Luttrell, Garrett Powell, Michael Schaefer, Mike Marion, and Ty Guernsey. We're hoping that Jeff Gerline can get his kart going again, join the back end of this field, and get going green on this time by. Derek Hastings, your leader. Derek Hastings leading the field to the green. Adam Boris says this is good. He gives him a green flag, and Derek Hastings leads the field into turn one. Down the inside, Derek Hastings is going to lead the field. Matthew Burpo looking on the inside of Rich Hale. He's looking to take P2. He slots back into P3. Derek Hastings, your leader here, going on the opening lap. Rich Hale right out on his tail. Matthew Burpo up to P3. Looking to make it a 3, 4, maybe 5 or 8 kart battle for the lead. The entire field's still bunched up. Derek Hastings gets a fantastic run through the Southside hairpin, and he is now your leader for 206 Masters on the opening lap. Garrett Powell with a fantastic opening lap, working his way through the traffic and some of the hubbub through there on the opening lap, making his way all the way up to P4. He started closer to the back, but now he's all the way up to P4. Has his eyes set on that lead pack. In the back bumper, Matthew Burpo, who looks down the inside of Rich Hale going to the Southside hairpin. Gets a little bit loose, but he gets it done. And he is signed, sealed, and delivered into P2. Matthew Burpo with Rich Hale behind. And Garrett Powell making his way all the way up to P4. He is now confirmed in that top lead group. Still your leader, Derek Hastings.
Matthew Burpo now trying to make a run back up to Derek Hastings with a little bit of help from Rich Hale as they make their way down into the Southside hairpin. Now, Sean, we got a special guest up in the booth, someone who knows Masters classes very well. Mr. Geis, why aren't you on track right now?
Derek Hastings said he can handle it today, so let's see if he can deliver.
How do you think his odds are right now?
Not good in center.
All right, you heard it from the ladies and gentlemen, not good in the center, but now he is still leading the way, although he's got a beehive from behind. Burpo, and then Hale coming up not too far behind.
Your top 5 still all pretty close together, starting with Derek Hastings all the way back to the flying mechanic, Melvin Godse. Your top 5, all within winning contention potentially here. Derek Hastings, still your leader, coming to the start-finish line, going in turn 1, but Matthew Burpo is all over his tail. He's looking for potentially a main event win here in 206 Masters.
Coming up on 10 laps to go next time by. Burpo up on the wheel, trying to see if we can get any more aerodynamics as looks like Derek Hastings has some good downforce from his kneecaps heading down to the Southside hairpin. Rich Hale following by about 4 or 5 car lengths, also trying to close up as well. And right behind him is another 2-car battle between Garrett Powell and Melvin Godse, the flying mechanic, as we're about to have a 5-car battle for the lead as Mr. Downforce makes his way to lead halfway, 10 laps to go.
This top 5 drivers all running nearly identical lap times on the previous lap. So look for all of these drivers to still be in contention. All depends on where things play out when people decide to start making moves, because all it takes is one move to bring all 5 of these drivers into a lead battle. Matthew Burpo on the back of Derek Hastings, who is still your leader from turn 1, lap 1, going down the Southside hairpin.
Coming out of the Southside hairpin, nose tail top 3. It looks like Rich Hale had a little bobble coming out of it, may have dropped a wheel. Top 2 are now starting to pull away even more so. That is between Burpo running a P2 and your leader of Derek Hastings making the way out of the final corner one more time. 9 laps to go at the line, making their way down into turn number 1. Burpo playing the long-term game. He is all over the draft. Let's see if he's going to try to make a move in turn 2. He is not. He is going to stay in the tow. But now the 2 karts working together, both Garrett Powell and Melvin Godse, 2 drivers that haven't been up towards front a lot this afternoon, trying to see if they can't slowly make their way up to Rich Hale, and then eventually your 2 leaders.
Matthew Burpo and Derek Hastings starting to push away from the rest of the field, going to make this a 2-kart battle for the lead. Matthew Burpo thinks about it, and he tucks back in and decides he's going to push. And he spins in the Southside hairpin. Matthew Burpo running away in P2 with Derek Hastings, spun in the Southside hairpin. It looks like he's stuck down there. So he went from P2 all the way down to P last as he's stuck in the Southside hairpin. That's really unfortunate for Matthew Burpo, who's been working his way up all the way from a relatively poor qualifying all the way up to a really good starting position in a fantastic opening lap here in the final. Spins in the Southside hairpin and is now completely out of this race and certainly out of winning contention. Derek Hastings, now your leader by quite a ways, coming down in the Southside hairpin.
Yeah, I think this race is kind of game, set, match point right now as we're working 6 laps to go. Rich Hale, Garrett Powell, and Melvin Godse have now all caught up to each other, so now to have a 3-kart battle for the second spot. Your leader still, Derek Hastings, out in front with the lead that we only see from the guy standing next to me up in the booth. That is Mr. Geis as they make their way down across the start-finish line. Hastings out in front. Hale running at P2. 3 and 4, Powell and Godse all battling out for the second spot. Next time by is going to be 5 laps to go.
Godsey having a few looks there on the back of Garrett Powell. Look for that battle for third between Melvin Godsey and Garrett Powell. They are getting a little bit dicey. They're taking a look. Garrett Powell goes to the inside. Melvin Godsey hasn't looked into the south side hairpin. Can't quite get it done this lap. He's going to stay right in behind as those two start closing up on Rich Hale in P2. Derek Hastings still pulling away in P1, but don't count out Melvin Godsey, Garrett Powell, and Rich Hale. Those three could work together and potentially push, but it looks like it's going to be a Derek Hastings win here as we look for the battle for P2 between Rich Hale and Garrett Powell and Melvin Godsey. Garrett Powell having a look down in the turn 2, decides better, and he's going to keep pushing. Melvin Godsey closes right up on the back as they go through the switchback and into the bank corner. Go.
I believe I just heard that it is all 3 Geist horsepower running 1, 2, and 3, so the 4th man out. Go. Second isn't. My bad. Second is not. It is Ghost horsepower. Invisible horsepower is 1, 3, and 4, making the way out of the final couple of corners across the line. It is now 4 laps to go. 3-car battle for the lead is starting to separate back out. Coming out of turn number 1, it looks like Rich Hale has a little bit of an advantage over Garrett Powell. Not too far behind is a flying mechanic of Melvin Godsey, now making his way up into the 4th spot, trying to see if he can't make his way into the top 3.
Garrett Powell and Rich Hale starting to pull a little bit away from Melvin Godsey. Melvin Godsey makes a fantastic run the southside hairpin, pulls himself right back into contention. Rich Hale still P2, followed by Garrett Powell in P3 and Melvin Godsey in P4. Derek Hastings still running away in P1 as we get the 2 to go flags from our head flagman, Adam Boris.
2 laps to go at the line, and we have a 3-car battle for second. Hale, Powell, and Godsey. Although right now it looks like the cars that are battling out is 2 and 3 of Hale and Powell. Powell all over the back bumper of Hale as make their way down to the south side hairpin. He's going to have one more attempt after this time by. Out of the south side hairpin, making the way into the inner parts of the track. Coming up towards the double right-hander. Powell is probably going to be patient, wait till the white flag is shown to make his move. No one is close enough to make a move for the lead, so right now it is a 3-car battle for second. Down across the line, white flag is out for Derek Hastings. Into turn 1 goes Hale, Powell, and Godsey. Powell not close enough to make a move. He's got a little bit of a run, but it's not enough to make it done in turn 2. Sean Burkle is probably going to be in the south side hairpin.
Derek Hastings is losing a little bit of that lead coming into the bank corner. It looks like he's slowing. He is slowing down, and it looks like he might pull off. Derek Hastings has an issue, and he drops all the way from a massive lead. All the other people. Sorry, that was lap cart. My bad. Sorry, Matt. Derek Hastings is still the lead. That was a lap car slowing down, getting out of the way. That was my apologies. Derek Hastings, your winner for 206 Masters, followed by Rich Hale, Garrett Powell, and Melvin Godsey in P4. Sorry for the heart attack for all those up here in the booth and those online. That is Derek Hastings, your winner for 206 Masters, brought to you by the National Karting Alliance. Thank you for everybody for coming out and racing today. For those of you here and for those of you online, tthank you for tuning in. This has been Whiteland Raceway Park, race number 3. Brought to you by Sean Burkle and Caleb Smock on the mic.